Wow. Hi, everybody. How we doing? That was interesting. Very, very buffery there. Kind of took myself by surprise. I don't know what that was all about, but hey, here we are. that was strange. Everything was great. As soon as I clicked broadcast, it went all buffery on me. But it seems to have unbuffered itself. So we're here. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wow, that kind of deflates my little Friday balloon here. It's Friday. I hope you're all enjoying yourself. It wasn't me. That was just robot voice. We have a robot voice? Do we really? What the fuck is that?
How about this? How about this? Wow. What the hell was that? I wish I could replicate that. That was pretty cool. I want to do my whole stream with that voice. What the hell was that? Okay. Wow. Guess this is what happens. The buffering thing was not me. Everybody's like boomer. I'm like, it's fucking buffering. How is this me? And then like somebody said the Satan voice or something. Cleaning lady was here today. My cleaning lady is so awesome. She cleans the hell out of everything. Literally, I guess she cleaned the hell into the microphone there. Wow. I guess she messed around with my stream deck and sort of activated a voice I didn't know I had on there. But wow, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? Huh. All right. Hey, if there are any more surprises while we're going through this, please feel free to let me know, because I don't know about them if there are. It's just a little minefield of joy and excitement. Leanie, does she get along with the pups? She's scared of dogs. So when the cleaning lady comes, I take the dogs to the office with me. So the dogs were my office help today. No, I do have a Cylon cyber voice. But that one's not it. Yeah, I got to blame the help, because that's what really happened. Okay, here we are. Let's just start this off. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Yeah. What are we doing today? You know what? I got to tell you, we went through this yesterday. We went through this trial yesterday, this hearing. It was rough. It was long. There was a lot of financial information, and then the judge decided apparently they want a lot more financial information to come in. So it sounds literally like this trial was scheduled for 3 weeks. I mean, like, it was supposed to end a week from today, but with the way they were talking yesterday, this trial could go on for another month. He's saying, the prosecutor was saying it could, and the defense were both saying it could take up to 3 weeks to discuss this financial information. I mean, that would be a week and a half maybe to actually go through this. And then if the judge allows it, I mean, if we watch this trial, this part of the trial where the jury is not around, if we watch this for a week and a half and the judge says, hey, I think we should let this testimony about financial misdoings in as part of the trial, we get to watch the exact same week and a half of testimony over again. Like, everybody watched yesterday, everybody watched today. If that comes in, we do a repeat, because all they're doing now is letting the judge hear what the witnesses are going to testify to, if he allows them to testify. And then when he says yes, they go testify to it again. It's a repeat. So this is either going to be a complete effing waste of time, this financial stuff, or it's going to be repeated. And as far as I'm concerned, these financial crimes, alleged financial crimes for which he has not yet been convicted, if all this financial alleged wrongdoing, I mean, pretty clear he did it, but they're still alleged. He hasn't been convicted of any of them as far as I know. He's admitted to a few, but I do not see any link between him stealing $700,000 from one of his partners, from a few $1 million from his law firm, he steals $4 million from the boating accident people. He steals $5 million from his housekeeper's family. How that links to him deciding he's going to murder his wife and son is, I don't see how it links up. I just don't. I mean, if he were, the prosecution's whole theory is that he became so distraught that morning, someone from one of the junior partners or associates from the law firm, whatever, came to him to talk about a fee sharing arrangement where apparently Murdaugh owed him $790 something thousand. And he was so freaked out about this that, oh my gosh, because he asked me for this, they're going to find out about everything I've been doing for the last 10 years. Oh, so I guess I have to kill my wife and son. That makes no sense to me. What would make sense is because this is something that he's been going through for 10 years. He's been apparently embezzling funds, stealing funds, and things like this for 10 years. And every time he's been questioned about it, he's had a logical excuse. He's had a way of getting it shelved. I need this signature on this form, or oh yeah, I forgot. Let me write a new check, and that check. He's been hiding this for 10 years. So why would he not think that if this guy comes to him and asks about it, he couldn't just explain that away too? Why would he instantly panic and go, oh my gosh, this isn't the first time he's been questioned about his financial improprieties, but suddenly this was the one that made him freak out and say, wow, I've got to delete my family? No, that doesn't make any sense at all, and I don't see any link. What would make sense is if the CFO, that lady called and said, hey, I know what you're doing. I know you've got the money. I know you're embezzling. And then if he offed her, if he deleted her, that would make sense. If guy comes to his house and says, where's my $790? Give it to me or I'm ratting you out. If he deleted him, that would make sense. But to say, oh my gosh, because this one guy is talking to me, everything else I've ever done is suddenly going to come out. So I know we're having a really great time, but 1 hour from now, I have to delete my family. I don't see the link. I can't imagine how they're going to, and they haven't even tried to provide this link. Hey, Steph, the alternate in the house. How you doing? I don't see how this links. And frankly, talking with Andrew, he's of the same mind. We don't want to sit through this financial crap anymore. It's irrelevant. I don't think it can show real motive any way, shape, or form. And I think it's just a screaming waste of time. You all die. We start out 300, 400, 500 people. Of course, Emily D. Baker has her like 20,000, 28,000 people. Nick will have his 7,000, 8,000 people if because he's Nick. Us other streamers, the smaller streamers that are streaming it, we start out high. Nick comes on, we drop, and then people just get bored and tired and worn down by the time this thing goes through, and nobody's having any fun by the end of this. So what we're thinking about a few things. What would you like us to do? That's the poll chat today. I did the chat poll today is it's not dealing with the usual hit the like if or I hit the like because thing, but still do that. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. But the poll today is really what you want us to do going forward with this. And then we're going to talk about it over the weekend. Seriously, moving forward, we should just forget about it now and come back when the financial stuff is over and hear the lay witnesses, the normal witnesses again from the prosecution. Or should we just forget the prosecution's entire thing, forget the financial stuff, forget the rest of the witnesses, and then just come back for the defense side of things? The other thing in the poll is stream this trial every day and just die. That's not going to happen. 68% of you are saying that now. That was just put up there to show you the frustration that we're feeling with this. So the real choices are: do we just drop it until the defense starts, or do we just drop it until all this financial crap is over? So that's kind of those are the things we're considering. We're going to talk more about it to see what we want to do. But this listening to bank account stuff, listening to all this other financial crap. The poor guy yesterday that was on here that was crying because he stole $200,000 something from him. Like, I trusted him. What does that? How does that show he shot? Forget the motivation. Okay, it hasn't even showed the motivation. How does stealing this $200,000 give him motivation to kill his family? To kill this guy, yeah. To kill somebody asking for it, yeah. To kill somebody that's calling him out on it, yeah. But how does this provide motive to kill his family? Anybody please explain that to me. I don't see it. And let's suppose that somehow this financial stuff does show a motive for why he would take out his wife and one of his children, not both of his children, just one of them. There still is no evidence that he actually did it. And that's why I think the prosecution is so desperately trying to get this financial stuff in here, is because they realize their case is so incredibly weak that the only way they're going to convict him is if they can show that he's a really bad guy. He stole all this money, he's in all this other trouble, so he probably killed his family too, because he's just a bad guy. That is all the prosecution is trying to do at this point, in my view. I don't like it. I think it's shady. I think it's dumb. I don't like it. It's bad. It's bad form. It may be legal. It may be perfectly legal for him to do it, but it's still bad form. I don't even know why. I personally, I don't know why this even came to trial. The evidence against him in the murder is so small. So circumstantial. It's so circumstantial, I kind of hesitate to even call it circumstantial evidence. What's his Andrew's son? To make it more entertaining, use Kurt's stream instead of long crime. We can all troll him and watch him have. No, that's mean. And I'm done ranting about this trial too, by the way. I'm done being mean and snarky and about this thing because I'm just beat down. So what we're going to do today when we watch the trial, we're going to actually look for helpful things. We're going to look for good things from the prosecution. We're going to try to find happy things that point to this. We're going to take a different tack today. Mike Morrison, member for 2 months of the Bed Halos and Broken Wings level of membership. At the very least, it would be interesting to see how the defense attacks the witnesses in front of the jury, since they're not doing cross now. Well, see, that's where I'm leaning in this poll thing, Mike, and thank you for using your monthly membership chat. That's where I'm sitting. I think, okay, just get this financial crap out of the way. And I don't want to watch it the first time. If they do let it in and they pick up, then we can come back to the prosecution's case. So if they don't allow it in, then they'll just go on with the regular witnesses and we can go back to the prosecution's case. So what I'm thinking, I'm sort of leaning towards the idea that we just forget this crap outside the presence of the jury and we start streaming the trial again once once the jury comes back, basically. Jacob Turnbow says, legal vices, let's get a hunting property and see what happens. We do have a few super chats here, by the way. Megan Hunter kicked us off with a wonderful super chat. Thank you so much. Literally just walked in the door from a 12-hour shift at a hospital, still in my scrubs, but I'm here. congratulations. I just got off my bed. I was laying on my bed for about an hour I think I slept about 20 minutes, but I was trying to get an hour of sleep. So welcome. I hope you're not too tired. And if you are, this is just going to lull you right to sleep. And Ann Serkin became a member. She is a member of the, I almost mismembered you, of the Clean and Sober crew. June has also been a member for 3 months. So Ann Serkin is our newest member. Jason J, do you have enough whiskey for today? Funny you should ask. Yes, I do. Starting in 10 hours and 40 minutes, 10 hours and 40 minutes from now, I'm going to be starting my F It Friday drunk stream. Quickly, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's just something I do once a month, usually the first Friday of the month, where I just get all my grifting out of the way, all my financial grifting out of the way right then and there at the beginning of the month, so I don't have to keep harping on it throughout the rest of the month. What we do is $100 shots. Some people, the big fish, whatever, those that can afford it, those that even want to do it, throw $100 super chats, in which case a $100 super chat will get a shot of this Glenmorangie extremely rare 18-year scotch. My second or third favorite scotch in the world. We drank my favorite last month, which was also the Glenmorangie Signet, but this 18-year is something special. So this will be the premium whiskey for the $100 super chats, the aggregate $100 super chats. $10 super chats, $20 super chats, whatever, however it adds up to $100, will be a shot of a Shackleton blended scotch from McKinley's. Another amazing, amazing whiskey. I did a Maritime Monday show on the Shackleton expedition where we showcased this whiskey in its historical context. So that'll be the lower tier whiskey for the smaller shots that add up to the smaller super chats that add up to $100. But we just do it once a month. It's all in fun. We know it's crass. We all accept that. And I have a huge panel of people on here, a huge panel of guests, and we have all kinds of fun when we do it. There's a big number of people that are checking in. Let me pull up my guest list here real quick, and we can see who we've got on board. Where are we? Okay, on board for the show, 10 hours and 40 minutes from now, Aussie Overlord, who actually is going to be here in an hour or so. Meme Copium from Japan will be checking in. Danny On was supposed to be here, but she is really super sick. So she's had to bow out. Ian Runkle from Runkle of the Bailey will be here. Our very own Steve N. Gosney will be here. He's just getting over a cold. A channel favorite, Drex is going to be here. Potentially Criminal Sean is going to check in at some point. From all the way on the other side of America, defense lawyer extraordinaire Andrea Burkhart will check in. Our very own Flux, she's going to be on there. Ari Jacob, who we had on the other night, she'll be here. And who else we got? Radix Verum, Christina's going to pop in at some point. And our very own, who is in the chat right now, Steph the Alter Nerd, has said she is going to try to make it. It's 1 a.m. for her. She's feeling a little bit sick. So hopefully she'll be able to make it. But she's got the link, and if she is awake and has a voice, Steph the Alter Nerd will hopefully be here. And there is a possibility that we will have we'll be having some Nick Rekieta as well. Nick has said he wants to be here. He's going to try to be here, but it depends on his schedule with that he and his wife have. So we'll just have to see. So that's everybody. There's Smiley Steph. It's not an F It Friday without a Steph the Alter Nerd. We need her and her gobby ways. All right. So that's what's coming up tomorrow. So yes, I do have enough whiskey for that. We see that so don't worry, Steve. Flux will be there. Flux will be on there too. All right, so that's what we're going to be doing. Stop licking my toes, dog. Dang it. Tickled me. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing Friday night. So it's just fun. It's just a wild time. Steve is going to be, everybody's going to be there. It'll be a great time. So don't want to miss that. Bring your dollars, your pesos, your shekels, your krona, whatever it is, and throw them at my table. I just grift like a madman for 1 day a month, and we have fun while doing it. All right, let's see. We got a couple more things here to burn through. Was he a gambler? Was he a gambler? We don't know, but he said the prosecution has said he had debts. He had debts, is what they're saying. But whether those are for gambling or something else, he's living beyond his means, whatever it is, I don't know. But my theory, this is complete person, as Steph the Alter Nerd would say, this is complete personal opinion, speculation, conspiracy, whatever you want to call it. This is mine. Look, nobody embezzles 10, 15, 20 million dollars from their friends, their family, their firm, their clients. If you're a lawyer and you touch your client's money for any reason, you're done. I mean, just done. That is the absolute worst thing you could possibly do. Yes. Steph's opinion, conspiracy, theory, whatever. That's what this is. You don't do that unless you're in trouble, unless you have a very darn good reason and someone's pressing you for that money. I mean, Ona Wall says he had an addictive personality. You can't do $20 million worth of drugs. I don't care who you are. You can't do $20 million worth of drugs. Could be a gambling addiction. It could be involved with a cartel. I don't know. But to me, this has all, and it makes sense. It has all of the red flags of someone who is seriously indebted to someone they're afraid of. Whether it be a cartel person, whether it be a mafias or someone behind a gambling bookie, whatever it is, there's someone there. And with those people, with cartel people and mafia people, if you owe them money, contrary to what Hollywood would have you believe, they don't kill you. They don't kill you. One of my peoples is Michael Franzese. I love watching Michael Franzese talk. I love listening. He's a former capo in one of the New York crime families, and he's gone straight and he lectures people on, especially college athletes, on the dangers of getting involved in gambling. And it's one thing he says. He says, if you owe us money, we're not going to kill you. We're not going to break your legs. We need you to make the money. We want the money. We want the money more than we want you. So what you do, and in this case, with someone like maybe a Murdaugh type person, you don't kill him. You still want him to give the money. So you take out perhaps his favorite son. And by all accounts, Paul was his favorite son. You take out his son. His wife gets in the way. You get her too. And then you say, you got one more son left. Come up with the money. So to me, this sounds more like what happened than, he had all these financial problems. So it seemed like the most rational thing to do was to delete his wife and one of his children, not both of them, just one of them. But he was clever. So he took two guns there to, used one with one and then changed, that makes much less sense to me. To me, it seems like there's someone there that's threatening him, that's behind the scenes, that's pushing him, and maybe took out his family as the last warning to him. And that sounds very cartelish to me. And we know that some of these 106 grand jury indictments he's under deal with drugs, possession, I believe, manufacturing, and I believe distribution as well. So that's my theory. There's nothing to support that right now, but that's just the feeling I get from this. We'll just have to see, but I don't know. I don't know how it's going. Mike Morrison says maybe he was addicted to the thrill of moving the money and not getting caught. Well, Mike, dropping the first one. Mike, save this for the F Friday. Save this for the F Friday stream. Now, I got a question for you, Mike. This is your call. Mike. I would like to forward that into the F Friday stream coffers. Can I do that, or are you insisting that I do a shot now? Because I plan on not drinking any alcohol this evening to prepare for the long day ahead tomorrow. And it's evening here. So that's your call, Mike Morrison. But hopefully we can just take care of this shot at the top of the show tomorrow. Let me know there in the chat. And Easy says the law firm had more of a motive from all I've seen so far. Well, the law firm had more motive to whack him than he had to whack his family. That's kind of how I see it. Patricia Andrews says, how does a nice boy from Utah end up in Korea? Well, that's a good story. I think you should tune in tomorrow. We can talk about that story. But yeah, basically, I came here for a while, went back, came back here again for a little while longer, went back there. Then I went to law school and then came back here full time. That's the long and short of it. Went missionary work, then came back to go to school, then went to law school and came back to work and been here ever since. So basically been here for, would be 35 years in September, give or take a few for law school. Yeah. But there's a more detailed story that frankly, we're not going to be able to tell in the next 2 minutes. So, yeah. That's going to take us, and now we're waiting for the last few minutes here. And there was really nothing. Okay, thank you, Mike. I can forward this, obviously. Well, that's what I'm going to do. We've got one in the bank, and just so we're clear, I will start the paper bank right now. I can never remember, so. The Effort Friday, the shots get marked down and crossed off as we go. Keep it low tech, keep it simple, keep it straight. Oh, shoot. All right, everybody. Let's do the run up to the trial. Law and Crime has not cut to the court feed yet, but I would expect them to do so in the next couple of minutes. And before they do that, fat dog alert. We got a fat breathy dog alert. Oh, hey, what's up, bud? Let's do our run up to the show. We're gonna do our usual intro plus a little benefit because this is a big slog. This is a rough road. You guys have been ride or die. We've got 470 of you here right now and 340 likes. And I'll mention it again an hour from now. But in the meantime, please hit that like button, take our poll, and subscribe if that's what you're so inclined to do. I would greatly appreciate it. And I know you're here. You guys are here. You could be anywhere on the entire internet right now. But you've chosen to be here. And I don't take that for granted. I deeply appreciate it. And I appreciate you riding with me and later Andrew from Legal Mindset. As usual, an hour or two from now, the Aussie Overlord will be coming on, and then Andrew will come on as soon as he wakes up and gets his stream ready. I'm not going to subject any layman of the day people to just financial crap outside of the presence of the jury. Thought starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. This better not be starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, is it? No. Yeah, jury was to be there at 11:30, but they're still going to be doing stuff before the jury gets there. Don't scare me like that. All right. Well, yeah, the jury arrives at 11. We're going to be doing this, and hopefully they'll cut to the court here soon. If not, we'll go back and just watch some more of the testimony. But like I said, let's do our two initial usual stream things that I didn't get to do at the beginning because there was that brief little moment of random buffering that occurred. So here we go. Let's do our intro.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Once more unto the breach dear friend, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage. Then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let it pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the frown o'erwhelm it as fearfully as doth a galled rock o'erhang and jutty his confounded face, swelled with a wild and wasteful ocean. Now set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide, hold hard the breath, and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English! Dishonor not your mothers. Now attest that those whom you call fathers did beget you, and you, good yeoman, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the metal of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not, for there is none of you so mean and base that have...
Oh no! We got just to the most exciting part, and I got we're gonna yeet your stream if you continue with this. So we had to stop. We were watching the rousing once more into the breach speech from Henry V, from Shakespeare's Henry V by Kenneth Branagh, but the evil copyright lords from YouTube shut us down. Crap. That's not nothing to do with boomering it. That's the YouTubers crashing down on us. That's the YouTube. The copyright hammer was coming down. When you do that, you get a warning that flashes on your studio that says, warning, heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. So yeah, that was quick. I thought because it's under 2 minutes that we could get through that thing, but alas, I was wrong. Damn it. Well, now I'm going to have to go back and edit that part out. You can't shorten it. That is one of the greatest, that's one of the greatest battle motivation speeches in written history. That's Shakespeare. You don't cut the middle out of Shakespeare. I guess we could have. Shakespeare is in the public domain, but Kenneth Branagh's production of Henry V isn't. Which, damn it, is why I was tossing back and forth between Kenneth Branagh and Sir Laurence Olivier's presentation, acting job. But I chose Kenneth Branagh because I thought it was more modern and more natural speaking rather than stage Shakespearean. But anywho, YouTube told me to shut up, so I didn't. Yeah, I could read it, but the film isn't. Yeah, and nobody wants to hear me read Shakespeare. Dang it! That's such a rousing speech. The We Brave Few Band of Brothers. Yeah, that's the St. Crispin's Day speech from earlier on in Henry V. Henry V has two great motivational speeches: the St. Crispin's Day speech and the Once More Into the Breach speech. And Tigger says, I'm an English teacher. My head will explode. Yeah. Anywho, damn it. That ruined my little plan. I was just going to give us all the motivation to look at this trial and go once more into the breach and suffer through another day of financial problems. But no, YouTube would rather we look at the chandelier and Hooters over here on the left. And for those of you that are just recently joining us, we've named the South Carolina seal Hooters because we can't tell if it's boobs or if it's an owl, so Hooters takes care of both. Debbie Prescott. Why did I say Dave Prescott? Damn it. I know a Dave Prescott. That's why. Debbie Prescott. Love when Jeff does his drunk dude voice. I'm not sure. I do have a couple of drunk dude voices. Well, probably one of them will make its appearance tomorrow. Yeah, Sir Laurence Olivier wouldn't copyright strike. All right. Well, crap. All right. That just kind of that depressed me. That's like the third thing that's gone wrong so far in only 30 minutes. The first one was the glitchy beginning. The second one was the weird voice that was coming out of my stream box unbeknownst to me. And then that. Is that wine? No, that is great success. No, that is not wine. This is just a regular old Coke Zero. No alcohol shall touch my lips until tomorrow. But hey, here's 11:38 p.m. Tomorrow starts in 20 minutes. Hey, that drunk voice? But anyway, yeah. Let's get up the notes for tomorrow. And let me read you the notes for tomorrow's hearing. How about we go to yesterday's hearing? And the brief notes that I took. Oh yeah, that's Strawberry back there licking the pillow because that's what strawberries do. I tried to take some notes yesterday, but it just got so bogged down. We started off with TikTok lady. Snapchat lady. Snapchat lady, her job. And if any of you watched Snapchat lady yesterday, that's the woman whose job it is to hand over all your private information to the cops when they ask. That's literally her job. She downloads everything. The authorities make the request. She downloads it all, packages it up, takes it to court, and explains everything about your history to the jury. Exactly, Kitty. She's the Snapchat snitch. I almost said the Snapchat not snitch, just with an A. Wow, that would have got me in trouble. Yeah, Ronco likes wine and Coke. I tried it. I told him I would try it. I did on one of my streams. Actually, I did it for a live reaction. It's not my thing, but I can see why people would drink it. It's not offensive. It's just not my thing. I can see why people would like it, especially Canadians, because you Canucks are weird. So she brought all of this information from his Snapchat, and her whole purpose was to say that the video was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. And we know that we all know that was supposed to have happened around 8:40. Someone says, save that for a direct stream. What are we saving for a direct stream? Looks like we may be having some movement here.
Please be seated.
And then as soon as Snapchat snitch got done, they just went into all this financial stuff. But so the video was taken at 7:38 and uploaded at 7:39, 1 hour before the killings were supposed to have happened.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Jan Malinowski.
Jan Malinowski. Who is Jan Malinowski? Here. Let's go. Brandon says, here's some motive for you to delete a shot. And sadly, I don't know if I'll be able to join tonight. Oh, no. Pushing this out would be a waste. The dog agrees. Well, anything you send here during this is going to be front loaded. Mike has already done so. So this will be front loaded with a special shout out to you. And anything else you send for the rest of the night is all going to be front loaded to tomorrow's shots.
Yes, ma'am.
This trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
So let's go, Brandon. This is yours right here.
Spell your last name.
That's your first one. Your other ones will be added accordingly.
Jan Malinowski.
All right.
Malinowski, how you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. If you would, introduce yourself to the court just a little bit. Obviously, we're not in front of a jury, but just so the court knows who you are, tell us just a very quick history of how you got to your current position.
I'm
Thank you,
currently
Lesko.
the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank.
Oh,
headquartered
the
in
bank
Hampton.
guy.
Started my banking career out of the Citadel, 1977. Went on to graduate school at the university. Upon completion of master's program in Columbia, joined the Wachovia Bank and Trust Company, went to Zurich, Switzerland. From there, went to Barnett Bank in Miami, Florida, and subsequently traveled Europe with the old Barnett. Moved to First Union National Bank in Savannah for a brief period of time. And then in February of 1991, joined Palmetto State Bank.
All right. And currently you serve as the CEO, is that right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been the CEO?
Since August of last year.
August of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And who was the CEO prior to you?
Russell Lafitte.
And was he terminated not long before you became CEO?
Yes, he was.
Back in June of 2021, what was your role at that time?
I was executive vice president and responsible for branches in Beaufort. We have 2 branches in Beaufort.
And were you also a member of the board of directors of the Palmetto State Bank?
At that time, yes.
And you mentioned that you were in charge of some branches in Beaufort. Could you explain just a little bit to the court about sort of how it operated then with the branches in Beaufort and the branches perhaps in Hampton or elsewhere, please?
Yes, sir. At the time, we were about a $700 million asset bank. We have 7 branches, operated somewhat decentralized. I was given responsibility in 91 for the 2 offices in Beaufort, as I said, one in Burton location and one on Ladies Island.
Ladies
Other
Island.
Officers of the bank.
I like that.
Responsible for the other branches.
Shayla, thank you so much for joining the memberships.
And then with Allendale, Fairfax,
Bless you.
Estill, and Bluffton.
You say y'all are a little bit decentralized. Is it fair to say that for the most part, you were primarily responsible for the operations in Beaufort and someone else was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Correct.
And who was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Russell Lafitte and his father, Charlie Lafitte.
And when you say somewhat decentralized, obviously there was a board of directors that looked at the institution as a whole.
Yes.
But in practice, there was
You are correct, Chaz. We've got them marked.
deference to the local folks on scene, you being in Beaufort and the Lafitte's being in Hampton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ladies Island sounds classier than MILF
Ask you
Manor.
to explain just a little bit, though, about the board of the directors and the executive committee. And again, if you could briefly describe to the court what those 2 entities are and how they operate so that we can understand the next question.
Well, the board of directors of the bank has the
But they know
absolute
already.
authority and responsibility to run the bank, but they delegate the day-to-day managerial responsibilities to officers.
I just about wrote on my tablet with permanent red
CEO
marker.
and chairman. Russell, COO, subsequently became the CEO. I was executive
use this
vice
pen.
president and ran the 2 branches. But board of directors would delegate as I said, the day-to-day control to the executive committee and certain senior officers.
And when it came to authorizing loans, what was the role of the executive committee in authorizing certain loans? Was there a threshold, and how did that work?
There is a threshold. The board of directors would authorize individual loan officer loan authorities on an annual basis. Branch managers having a certain level of authority, and then executive officers having a higher loan authority, and then organizationally, 2 executive officers could approve a single loan or a up to X million dollars, and then once it got beyond the threshold for 2 executive officers, it would go on to the executive committee, which would review the loan request and either approve or deny any loan that exceeded $1.5 million.
At the time in June of 2021 or thereabouts, in that area of the year, were you the secretary of the executive committee?
I was.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354 to your testimony.
We'll try to make it entertaining.
Recognize that document, and Your Honor, I have a copy for you. I provided one to the defense. Would you mind handing that to the judge for us?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
It's in the minutes of the Executive Committee of August 12th of 2021.
All right.
And
He's the president of the
number of
bank.
topics were discussed.
Oh, you mean the
primarily
the person in the audience's sister?
relationship of Richard Alexander ALEX MURDAUGH and his total relationship with the bank.
All right. And this is on August 12th, 2021?
Correct.
Can I get the elbow, please? Thank you. All right, so these are the minutes that you're referring to, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and there's a discussion right there, including reference to a memo that was distributed outlining the bank's relationship with ALEX MURDAUGH, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reference also to the total indebtedness that ALEX MURDAUGH had to the bank at that point in time.
Yes, sir. As of the day of that memo that was presented to the Executive Committee, Mr. MURDAUGH owed directly or indirectly $4.2 million.
$4.2 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I forgot to ask you this, but tell me real quick, when do the board typically meet and when does the executive committee typically meet?
The Executive Committee typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month, and the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Okay, I'm just randomly talking over him here to check my volume. Sorry about that.
Of this in-camera hearing and see if you recognize that document.
This is a copy of the minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank describing what took place at a board meeting on Tuesday, July 20, 2021.
All right. And who's the secretary that authored those minutes?
Ray Henderson.
Okay. And you were present as a board member for this discussion?
I was.
All right. And what's the date again on that particular one?
July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. At that time, was there any discussion or any record of a discussion of any loan to ALEX MURDAUGH for $750,000?
No, sir, there is not.
Okay, natural lull in the conversation. Nicholas Starr of Union Rep Law says use vodka to remove pen
Again,
mark on the
that's
screen.
July
Don't
20th,
ask.
2021.
That's correct.
And Nicholas will be on our next F
All right,
Friday
going back
stream
to this,
in March, and we're going to have
August
a Viking drink
12,
off.
2021, Executive Committee notes. I want to walk back just a little bit and tell me, was there, did ALEX MURDAUGH come up in any discussion among the board members prior to August 12, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that, how that happened, please.
On August 9th, Norris Lafitte, a board member, sent an email to members of the Executive Committee and the board asking for a full accounting of Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
All right. And can you pull that mic just a little bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. And what happened after that? Did that spark any particular activity?
Sparked quite a bit of activity, conversation, and then activity inside the bank that day.
All right. And explain that to the court. What happened?
Shortly after Mr. Lafitte, Norris Lafitte sent his email to members of the Executive Committee and the board. A deposit was made to Mr. Murdaugh's account in the amount of $400,000, which cleared up an overdraft, a large overdraft, which had been in his account that day.
All right. And who caused that deposit to happen?
Russell Lafitte.
All right. And so there was a significant overdraft in ALEX MURDAUGH's account?
On that day, yes, sir.
Was it over $350,000 overdraft?
Yes, sir.
And so Russell Lafitte caused a $400,000 to be deposited into his account.
Yes, sir.
And that was after the email from Norris Lafitte asking about ALEX Murdaugh on August the 9th.
Yes, sir.
All right. At that time, that Russell Lafitte cost $400,000 to be put into ALEX account to cover a over $350,000 overdraft. Were there any loan documents or any sort of application or anything in existence supporting any such disbursement?
No, sir.
Just put the money in there.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned other activity. What other activity was sparked by that August 9th email?
There was some activity to create an application to go through our typical loan approval process through one of our underwriting programs, software driven.
Okay. All right. And we're going to look at those documents here in a minute.
Oh, wonderful. I can't wait. I mean, wow, that's wonderful. I can't wait. I remember I'm positive today. I'm being positive. Wow, I can't wait to see what these bank documents show. This will be fascinating. And while he's looking at that, Brad Best, member for 4 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, says, thank you for the amazing content. I love Maritime Mondays. Being from Newfoundland, I watch all your live streams. I would love to see an Andrea Gale video. I do not know the Andrea Gale video. So I don't forget, please email it thelegalvices@gmail.com. Thelegalvices@gmail.com. And mention that.
All right, I'll show you what's been
and I'll
marked
add it
as
to the list.
State 356 and see if you recognize that.
This is a photocopy of a page 2 of a deposit checking account statement
And that's
in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
all right. And what does that reflect on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in his account?
A overdraft balance of $347,784.67.
And what happens on August 9th, 2021?
A deposit of $400,000 is made to this account.
All right. And we see after that, there's a transfer to checking of $20,000 that's done as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty glad
And you
my
know what
bank
the purpose
doesn't
of
let
that
me have
transfer was?
No,
a
sir.
third of $1 million in overdraft.
So right there on August 6, 2021,
The perfect storm. Okay.
ALEX account was negative $347,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then off the books, Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into his account. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk more about that.
Wait, he took out a loan to pay off his debt? That can't be right. Zaras, is that John Cleese? Way to go, Michelle. Thank you so much for that. We got some 14 czar out of us. We love those South African czars. Michelle Cavarnos, is that John Cleese? I think. I don't see it. No, I'm not seeing it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 357 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
There's a copy of minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank dated August 17th, 2021.
Maybe Jonathan Price.
And who was the secretary for these? Do you know?
Gray Henderson.
No. And were you present for these board meetings?
I was.
All right. And these minutes accurately reflect what was discussed at the board?
Yes, sir.
We'll turn over to the second page. And was there a discussion at that time about, and again, this is on August 17th, 2021, was there a discussion about loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There was.
All right. And is there a reference there of Alex's intention to sell the farm?
Yes, there is.
All right. And then is there a reference in there to the extent of Alex's liability in total loans?
Yes, there is. $3,544,897.
All right. And was there then a discussion of additional loans that ALEC had been charged off?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And very quickly, are you familiar with two entities called Zero United and Redbeard?
I am.
And are those entities associated with ALEC Murdaugh?
They are.
Are
Redbeard.
those loans that, in fact, the bank had charged off?
That's correct.
All right. And explain very quickly what a charge-off is without too much detail for these purposes.
Certainly. In a situation where a loan is deemed non-performing to the point where the bank's executive committee and/or senior management decides that it's time to take it off the books, you charge it off. It's an accounting treatment, but it doesn't remove the obligation of the borrower, or in this case, members of the LLC, any legal obligation to repay the loan.
All right. So ALEC Murdaugh was still on the hook, required to pay those loans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there real properties associated with both of those loans?
Yes, sir.
I'll talk about this in a minute.
Then ALEC Murdaugh had tried to sell those properties. Would the bank expect to be paid any outstanding balance plus interest and all the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, was ALEC still paying on those notes even though they were charged off?
He had periodically, yes.
And so the ultimate liability to the bank for ALEC was somewhat larger if those are included. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's discussion in here about a $750,000 loan in this particular board discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And this is on August 12th, 2021, I believe. Is that right?
The date, I think it's 17th.
Ronnie Tomagar says, Andrew said you'll hate him. Jury
17th,
comes back at
excuse me.
11:30. Sorry, Jeff. We love you, though. Look forward to my morning. Yep. That is correct.
Had you been aware of any sort of $750,000 loan to ALEC Murdaugh prior to these discussions coming up as you move to the board meeting on August 17th, 2021?
Only to the extent that $750,000 loan had been referenced during the executive committee in the memo that was referred to in my executive committee minutes.
Which would have been shortly or a couple days before this. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Preceding week.
All right. And at the time that the $400,000 had been dispersed back on August 9th, there was no loan paperwork in existence at that time. Is that correct?
No, there was not.
All right. Was that the only disbursement made pursuant to this supposed $750,000 loan?
It was not the only disbursement.
All right.
I don't think I'm allowed to get a $750,000 loan without any paperwork. Good Lord. That's not good. Let's go. Brandon says, this is the BS of all BS. This is supposed to distract me from banking financials. I'm going to grab my lipstick. What is the prosecutor's name?
I'll show you what's been marked as States 358 and see if you recognize that.
It's a wire request form on our standard documentation dated July 15, 2021. Palmetto State's going to wire funds to South State Bank. The beneficiary of the wire is the Wilson Law Group, LLC, to their IOLTA account in the amount of $350,000.
$350,000 to the Wilson Law Group.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next page in this document?
Are the wiring instructions to the Wilson Law Group.
And does it have contact information?
Contact information is to Chris at wilsonlawgroupsc.com.
All right. And is that Chris Wilson, the lawyer in South Carolina, in Barnwell, in Bamberg, South Carolina, excuse me?
As I currently understand, yes, sir.
This is on July 15th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
$350,000 was wired to Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Was there any documentation, loan application, any sort of paperwork whatsoever justifying Palmetto State Bank sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
All right. And then whose benefit was this sent for?
ALEC Murdaugh's.
ALEC Murdaugh's. All right, let me ask you about this, and I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Well, he's putting it up on the screen. Let's go, Brand.
Here,
Oh,
it
dang
says
it. Well,
sender information.
we're gonna
And
talk
what does
over
that
him
say right
anyway.
here, please?
A Viking drink.
Palmetto
I
State
missed this.
Bank,
I need some
LNOS.
details, and I'll get the collection.
All right. And can you
Also,
explain
here's a
very
super
quickly
chat.
what
that
LNOS
you can
is,
actually
what
read
that
without
is?
being disbarred.
It's an account the bank maintains. It's called Loans Not
Nikolai
on
will
System.
join next month, and he thinks he can match me
And
shot for shot.
should this wire had listed
front-loaded.
that as the sender?
No.
And explain that to the court, please.
Had loan documents been signed that day, the sender would have been the borrower on the loan. In this case, it would have been ALEX MURDAUGH.
But that's not what was listed, is it?
No, sir.
Yes.
We'll show you what's been marked as 359 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is the customer copy of the cashier's check in the amount of $400,000 that was deposited to ALEX MURDAUGH's checking account.
All right. And is there a sticky note on there, a copy of a sticky note?
Yes, sir, there is.
And what does it say, if you would, please?
It says ALEX MURDAUGH, $750,000, one share of Green Swamp Inc. stock, and the date is 7/15/21.
We're going to talk more about that in a minute.
Uh-oh, that sounds shady. That sounds like he just paid $750,000 for one share of stock. Yeah. That doesn't sound shady at all. Especially when there's no paperwork for it. I think perhaps this may be why the guy no longer
Yeah, it
works at the
states
bank.
360 and 361. Just real quick, I'm going to show you those and see if you recognize those.
The top document is the checking deposit slip for credited to $400,000 to be credited to account 69406092. The account holder name is ALEX MURDAUGH. The date is 8/9/2021. And then we see a copy of the cashier's check dated 8/9/2021 in the amount of $400,000.
All right. And then the next exhibit, 361.
Next exhibit is the debit to the Loans Not on System account in the amount of $400,000, which was the source for the cashier's check in the same amount.
Debit to loans not on system. Is that an off-book loan?
And the date on those again?
I'm more
8/9/2021.
fascinated about why nobody from
That
the
was the
bank
same
is in
day
jail at
that
this
Norris
point.
Lafitte sent an email. To
I hope
the
I'm
board
misunderstanding it.
directors asking- making an inquiry about the bank's relationship with ALEX MURDAUGH.
That's correct.
Just a couple more.
I'm not a financial guy, so I'm hoping I'm completely misinterpreting what he's saying.
You've already testified that there was no loan application or loan paperwork or anything like that.
Yep, not misunderstanding
supporting the
that.
bank disbursement already of a total of $750,000. Is that right?
I didn't
That's correct.
misunderstand
That
that.
was a wire in July 15th for $350,000 that went to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a $400,000 disbursement on August 9th after Norris Lafitte sent his email to the board of directors
Yes, sir.
that covered a negative $347,000 overdraft in Alex account.
That's correct.
A little bit extra for some walking around money, another $50K or so, correct?
I can't answer that.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as it states 362 and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of a promissory note, commercial single advance, loan number 6996048 in the amount of $750,750.
You can get rich from
Note
Uber?
dated
I didn't know that.
7/15/2021.
Just real quick, what's the $750 for?
That's a note fee we charge.
A note fee?
Yes, sir.
$750 for a $750,000 loan?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical?
Possibly in the Hampton office. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
In other words,
now
no.
I'm going to let you hold that one for a second. Look at the back page and tell me, is that application signed?
Yes, it is signed.
And who is it purportedly signed by?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what is the date on that application?
The date on the note is July 15, 2021.
All right. And is that the same day as that wire to Chris Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have
Now,
you had a chance to
interestingly-
examine that document and look at the records of the entity for which you're the chief executive officer?
I have.
Have you had a chance to look at the loan number?
I have.
And are those loan numbers sequentially generated by your system?
They are.
And in looking at that loan number, is there any way that document could have even been in existence in July of 2021?
No, sir.
And in fact, it had to have been generated after the August 9th email and after these disbursements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you 363. Just give me 1 second while I put this on the screen.
Interestingly enough, he is the only one, the bank president guy is the only one that is pronouncing the defendant's name the same way the defendant pronounces it. Murdaugh. There's Murdaugh and Murdaugh's,
And just real quick, can you
but
see
he
that on the
pronounces his
screen?
own name Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And the
That
bank
the loan
president
number,
is
the
the only
sequential
one that
loan number you're
pronounces it
talking about?
correctly.
Yes, sir.
They know each other real well. Even though he's only been there about a year.
And that's the signature and the date that you're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, that last exhibit I just handed to you. Can you tell me the number on the back of it?
6996048.
I'm sorry, I was talking about that number. 363, states 363. No, that was my job. I was asking you to do my job. All right, tell me what that document is, please.
It's a business purpose statement.
All right, and
It accompanied the loan, 6996048.
what is the supposed purpose for the loan that's listed on that?
Business expenses.
See that?
That's pretty vague.
And again, this document's also dated 7/15/21.
That's correct.
But is this the kind of document that also would be generated along with the application that we just saw?
It would in the note documentation system. Yes, sir.
All right. The
No
application you said could not have existed in July of 2021.
That's correct.
Let me go back. We had a reference to the board minutes.
I mean, to
From
me, this has
August
nothing to do with the
17th,
murder.
2021.
But from just looking at financial, it's pretty fascinating in and of itself. But it has
And there was some
nothing to do with the
discussion
murders, as far as I'm concerned.
of this particular loan at that board hearing, board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And there had been discussion at the executive committee meeting not a little bit prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your understanding at that time from those meetings, what the collateral was supposedly for this new $750,000 loan?
There'd be a mortgage on Edisto Beach House and a share of Green Swamp stock.
And is that the green swamp that was referred to on the sticky note that we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what is your understanding, though, as things developed as to whether or not that collateral actually was able to be used for this particular loan?
Certainly, the second mortgage did not exist or was not placed on the property. The property was in the name of Mrs. Murdaugh.
Okay. And what about the green swamp? Was that already collateralized?
It was cross-collateralized with other loans.
So this loan was heavily under collateralized. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Damn. I want this bank to be my bank. Jeez. Michelle Cavarno says, no jury, no family. Coincidence? Don't think so. Yeah. Again, this is just a mini trial of the financial stuff. This is an absolute waste of all of our times.
For me 1 second.
Which RL says, did I hear you right when you said that this will be done over again a second time? Is the jury even in the court? No, the jury's not in the courtroom. They are playing. They're going through this. They're going through this play of a testimony to see whether or not it should
Some
be let
discussion
in the
about-
trial. If the judge lets this in, they'll repeat everything with the jury present.
Whether
Everything
or not
yesterday and this.
an appraisal had been ordered prior to June of 2021 for this supposed $750,000 loan. Was there an appraisal that had been ordered prior to June of 2021 on the Edisto property?
There was.
Did that have anything at all to do with some sort of loan for an additional $750,000?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked with states
Yes, we did.
364 and see if you recognize that document. It's an email, but there's an attachment.
Email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who's the bank's appraisal officer, referencing 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto. And it's an appraisal request form dated April 22, 2021. The intended use of the appraisal is for a refinance.
Yep.
And the balance is $200,000.
All right, and so it's for a refinance. Explain what the refinance was for, if you could, to the court.
At the time, the mortgage had matured, or the mortgage loan had matured, and we needed to renew it.
All right, it had already matured, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was an existing debt, not any sort of new debt, and so the appraisal was because you have to renew this note that had already matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or it has to be paid off, one of the two.
Correct.
All right.
The point of all of this, to be fair, is for the judge to hear what these witnesses are going to testify to see if what they're testifying to can be used in the trial as evidence of his bad character. To say, oh, he's such a bad guy because of all of this, that you should find him guilty of murdering his family, because if he did all these bad things, he probably did that bad thing too. There's very few exceptions where you can let things in for that. I'm oversimplifying it.
Marked as states 365 and see if you recognize that document.
This was the memo summarizing, or this is a copy of the memo that summarizes the relationship of ALEX MURDAUGH with the bank. It was prepared and presented at the executive committee meeting.
Okay.
Well, there's basically, are you allowed to bring in prior bad acts or prior alleged bad acts under certain exceptions? And if so, even though it's prejudicial, does the probative, does the information contained in this, does that outweigh the prejudice?
Previously described earlier,
Yes, sir.
and including the Zero United with outstanding $307,761.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what the judge is going
And
to
then
decide.
outstanding and charged off not only Zero United, but also $362,896 for Redbeard.
Yes, sir.
This guy's got a bunch of little companies set up. Shell game. Money laundering.
A few more.
Boy, if this keeps going, I'm going to have to start dipping into these $100 super shots now.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
We're just getting started, and I'm positive.
states 366 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a document produced from our loan accounting system, and it lists all the notes, outstanding notes in the name of ALEX MURDAUGH, and also co-borrower with his father, Randolph Murdaugh III.
All right, and that it lists the balances on those particular loans as of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
It does not include the charged off loans, Zero United and Redbeard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So on the first one, is that the balance right there? $104,119.80.
That's the principal owed. Yes, sir.
That's the principal owed. These are not deposits, correct?
That's correct.
Owed by who?
I think for the 104,000 was Williams Islands.
Right. But I mean, what borrower owed those?
That would have been Mr. Murdaugh, ALEX MURDAUGH, yes.
All right. And then this next one, what's the balance on that? How much is owed for this loan?
$806,666.26.
The next one, how much is owed for this loan?
$195,171.64.
That's mil.
How much is owed for this loan?
$999,650.94.
And this is actually $1 million line of credit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty much maxed out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, this one right here. What's the balance on that?
$91,368.90.
Just a few more.
Funny Flux. Hello. Hello. Did anybody see my stapler? Hello. Somebody ask a question. Hello. Ask a question or get him off the stand.
All right. Last set of documents here. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Stand by for me real quick.
I like how we were standing by, and then he came back to the microphone to tell us to stand by. Huh. All right. Even the crickets.
All right, I'll show you states 367. See if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of a bank statement, ALEX MURDAUGH farm account.
And what is the balance of that on June 7th, 2021?
June 7, 2021 shows a deficit balance of $2,458.23.
Negative balance?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as 368. And do you recognize that?
Again, it's a checking account statement, Richard Alexander Murdaugh for account 6092.
All right, can you tell me what the balance was on June 7th, 2021?
$2,185.23.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 369 and see if you recognize that.
This is again, statement for a health savings account, 3094, in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what's the balance on that?
$7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used for any purpose or only for legitimate medical purposes?
I think the latter, the medical purposes.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 370 and see if you recognize that.
Again, a bank statement, copy of a bank statement in the name of ALEX MURDAUGH, account number 6649. And the balance on 6/7 would have been $62,115.06.
All right, and then finally 371, if you could, tell me if you recognize that.
This is a account statement, interest checking account in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh, number 5109, and the balance on 6/7, $3,900.04.
Just have a couple more questions for you, for the purposes of this hearing at least.
What do you think, June? Give you 3 guesses. First 2 don't count. I mean, yes, there's been some. I keep forgetting I'm supposed to be positive during this. Yes, there's been some fascinating information about how he owed the bank $1 bajillion. Got lots of
Fair to say
off-book
that
loans.
as June 2021 and the months after, the indebtedness to Palmetto State Bank from ALEX MURDAUGH was very, very large.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say it also had charged off loans in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If it had come out at any particular time from, let's say, 2010 on up to June of 2021, or at any time, that ALEX MURDAUGH had been stealing money from his partners or stealing money from his clients, would this bank have continued to loan him money?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Ron.
Why would they
I have any
stop loaning
sense.
him money?
Yes, sir.
They've loaned him like $2 billion. I mean, why would they stop suddenly?
Malinowski on June 7th, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was not overdrawn at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
No, well, June 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you have his bank statement?
Well, we just went through them.
Right.
Well, there was one statement, the farm account was minus $2,045. There was another account that was plus $2,185, according to Exhibit 368. His health savings account, Exhibit 369, had $7,540. Exhibit 370 had a positive balance of $62,000 and some change. And then Maggie's account, Exhibit 371, had $3,904. So
Yes.
so there's one account that was
Overdrawn.
for $2,000, but positive balances in all the other.
Yes, sir.
And ALEX MURDAUGH had been a customer of Palmetto State Bank for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had he ever been denied a request from Palmetto State Bank for a line of credit or a loan up until September of 2021?
To my knowledge, no.
And in July of 2021, apparently he got a $750,000 loan that was approved according to the documents here by 3 members of the board of directors. Do you remember that? If I can find that.
Russell the papers. Russell.
Left it back over there.
Man. Okay, we get they don't know how to use computers or anything like that, but how do you not know how to use a stack of papers?
Is Elmo up?
Oh no, it's Elmo again.
Can you see the highlighted language there?
I can see the highlighted language. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And this is from, let's be sure we know what we're talking about. Minutes of the Board of Directors meeting, August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And here, says Chairman Lafitte reviewed the loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Russell Lafitte
I'd
stated
probably
that his
cry if
intention is to sell the farm.
Somebody owed me $200,000.
We have mortgages on
and
the
then they're going
properties
to
that
jail and never
supersede the
repaying
property
me.
being transferred into Maggie's name. Now, what does that mean? Tell me about that. You have mortgages on the property that superseded the property being transferred to Maggie's name. Do you remember that?
I guess it would reference the mortgages, the date of the mortgage and the date they were recorded on previous loans.
So at some point in time, ALEX transferred the Moselle property into Maggie's name.
It's my understanding, yes.
And before that date, your bank already had a mortgage on the property.
Yes, sir.
By the way, hiding your assets that's not a good thing to do.
Moselle property? Are we talking about Moselle property here?
If you're referring to the farm, I'm assuming he's referring to Moselle. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently he's concerned that people are coming after the property, so he's trying to
At the
hide his assets by
Last
transferring
sentence
everything
of
to
this
his wife's name.
paragraph, it says, Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee. Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan. You recall that?
I recall it. Yes, sir.
And who are the 3 of the 5 members of the executive committee that approved the loan?
It would have been Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, and Russell Lafitte.
And do you recall Charlie Lafitte telling you at some point in time, maybe around in here or even before, that if ALEX MURDAUGH wanted to receive a loan from the bank, that he would get it?
That was Mr. Lafitte's opinion, yes.
And who was Mr. Lafitte in relation to the bank in June of 2007?
2007?
Excuse me, June 7th, 2021.
He was chairman of the bank.
Okay. And was Russell Lafitte related to Mr. Lafitte?
His son.
Okay. And who are the members of the executive
How many
committee?
feet do they have?
The executive committee, Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, Russell Lafitte, Scott Swain, and myself.
And so Mr. Charlie Lafitte's opinion was if ALEX MURDAUGH wanted a loan from the bank, he would get it.
That was his opinion.
And on the $750,000 loan he was provided, apparently without a lot of paperwork done on the front end, but it was approved by Mr. Lafitte, his son, Russell Lafitte, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his daughter, Gray Henderson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that there was some, in June of 2021, there was some $4.2 million or something outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but maybe we can find that. Do you know how much was secured and unsecured when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find it.
Well, he's trying to find the document. We'll answer this question. Where'd it go? Okay. Vince Clortho says, explain what on-camera hearing is. It's not because it's being televised, more like a deposition of these witnesses. It's in camera. In camera is Latin. Camera is chambers in Latin, so it means in chambers. So it's
maybe talking about the same.
In the judge's chambers or in private, outside. It means outside the
The
presence.
same document we looked at, and I have the
hearing
highlighted
outside
language
the presence
that
of the
says
jury.
here. Well, let's just refer to the.
They're giving this testimony to see whether the jury should be allowed to hear it.
Mathematical error, which will be corrected to $3,544,897. Total loans, and those are total loans to Mr. Murdaugh. Is that correct?
According to another memo that came.
Okay. So, as to this amount, how much was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo. I only have what I was provided.
Corn Pope asks, what do you think about ALEX Murdaugh not producing the clothes he was wearing earlier that day in the video? Sus or no? No, ALEX Murdaugh doesn't have to produce a damn thing. He doesn't have to prove anything. He doesn't have to show anybody anything. The prosecution has to show that somehow him changing his clothes after he got home from being outside is nefarious. They have to prove that somehow his not giving them clothes is linked to the murder.
Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness?
Thank you for the super sticker.
And I am referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
I wish I was drunk. How are we, lads and lasses? Here's a small super chat. I also be drinking some
read
cheeky
that?
pints tonight.
Yes, sir.
Cheers to you in the stream. Cheers to you. I wish I was drunk. It's glad to have you back. We're glad to have you here.
Any shadows on it? And so we went through that. Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you mentioned that, and had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Redbeard and Zero United.
And those were the ones that were written off?
Yes, sir.
But he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments. Yes, sir.
Hmm. Hmm.
Are you aware that on the day Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th? Are you aware that she was scheduled to meet your appraiser at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
Well, you asked me what I thought about it, not what a jury might think about it. So I just told you what I thought about it. A jury might go, "Hey, where's those clothes?"
The Moselle property was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name in June of 2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
I think this guy back here has
Edisto
probably had
Beach
that
House
same haircut
was
since he
titled
fought in
in-
the Civil War.
Jointly in ALEX Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point,
Before her death.
I believe it was in her name solely at the time of her death.
You do?
Hmm.
Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay.
And what information are you relying upon to say that?
Looking at the Colleton County deed records.
One second, Ron.
1 second's up. Get back your testimony. Ha ha ha. That was funny, right? Are we all? Am I not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Undergo routine FDIC audits, Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
This is what I want to hear about.
Murdaugh's relationship with the bank ever been flagged in any audit conducted by the FDIC or their contract auditors?
To my knowledge, no.
My thoughts on life. I like life. The purpose of life.
Questions I have
To be a better person. Do you believe in the afterlife? I don't know. I hope I get enough super chats tomorrow during the F at Friday stream to get me a close look at the afterlife.
Mr. Malinowski, just a few more questions.
Malinowski.
May it please the court. Get 365 back that we were just looking at. This is that memo that was prepared for the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
to remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson to try to make up the funds that he had diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does it say anything about $400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
After June 7th was the first significant activity from the bank to ALEC to provide that $350,000 off the books with no application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And after June the 7th, did his account run to negative $347,000?
Yes, sir.
And the bank kept paying.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the most generous overdraft policy ever seen.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Murdaugh's like, not funny, mother. I almost swore. Too early to swear.
You were asked a little bit about Zero United and Redbeard, which are up on the screen.
Yeah, and the jury's not there to
The
get
bank did not
shouty to.
foreclose
He's
on those
wasting his
properties. Is that
shoutiness.
correct?
That is correct.
So ALEC Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners. Yes, sir.
All right. But if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
Exactly.
And we see that we up on that screen. What happened to my
All right, Kitty, member for 3 months of the Clean
If he
and
had
Sober crew says,
tried
ha,
to
ha,
sell
ha, ha,
those
ha.
properties, would he have just had to pay the bank those amounts listed there, or could it potentially be much higher than that?
Potentially much higher.
And explain to the court very quickly why it could be much higher than that he would have to satisfy before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued interest and any late charges and fees that accumulated since the date of the charge-off.
Once y'all charged it off, it no longer was accruing interest and penalties and fees on the books at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement, which would have included principal, accrued interest or lost interest to that date, and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
We just, you were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with a new 750.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the negative $347,000 overdraft policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2 months, his account went to negative $347,000.
Yes, sir.
If it had come out that ALEC Murdaugh had been diverting fees from his law firm, if ALEC Murdaugh had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
Nothing.
No, sir.
No uncertain terms about that.
No uncertain terms.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out, it's a new ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this, Russell Lafitte was terminated and you became CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Malinowski, how much in interest did ALEC Murdaugh pay to Palmetto State Bank over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
Step down.
Thank
you. Been there, done that. Says count this towards your F at Fetching Friday. I need to update my profile picture.
Call your next
Recommendations.
witness.
I don't know. Come tomorrow and let's see if you can get anything out of it.
Well, that next witness is coming.
All right, they're going to take a little stretchy break here. And while they're taking a stretchy break, basically what they were talking about there was he had the $340 something thousand overdraft, and then he put a $400,000 deposit into that account to pay for it. Let's go. Brandon's explaining this briefly here incorrectly. Okay, let me try and explain this. I have a deferred debit card that acts as a quasi credit card. So again, you have the debit card, use the debit card, it accumulates, and then at the end of the month, so you can literally buy an airplane on it and it will overdraw that account. And then the last Thursday of the month, the bank comes in and zaps it out of another account. This is a common thing. I have the same thing with me. I have my debit card, and once a month, it takes it out of my savings and covers the debit card amount that I used that month. But unlike Let's Go Brandon, I can't buy an airplane with it. But essentially he could. But I think, and I don't know what you think about it, Let's Go Brandon, but the problem is he seems to have borrowed the money from the bank on an off-book loan to cover that overdraft. That's where I think we get in a problem. I mean, the fact that it exists, we're saying, oh, that's the best overdraft policy ever in the history of mankind. That's wrong. That's assuming it's that type of an account. That's incorrect. But the problem happens when he gets improper loans to cover that shortfall.
State calls Tony Satterfield.
Left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the recording this trial to give the truth so help you God. Yes. So you see them witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Can this kid tell us? Dude, what the hell?
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
This is the dead housemaid.
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit close so we can hear you good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital.
What was his name, Matthew?
And where'd you grow up?
In Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter and everybody needs to.
I didn't catch his first name.
Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know ALEX MURDAUGH?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
All right.
Right.
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
It does.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did your mom, roughly, how long did she work for ALEX? Do you know?
I had to take an estimate, I guess, 20-something years, maybe, give and take. I don't know that years.
Okay. And slide up just a little bit more and talk right into that mic.
Enough
There
with
you go.
bashing on this kid. His mother died on the
Yeah, get
estate,
up on mic so we
and
can hear
Alex
you.
stole
All right,
$5 million from him.
What did your mom do for ALEX?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she had been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know ALEX and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
Okay. And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Moselle.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Oof.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she felt or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with ALEX about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with ALEX? What
I
did he say?
barely,
Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay. So he said he was going to go after his insurance company?
Yes.
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say he might get that money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
Right, and who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex.
At some point in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I can't do it myself because it's conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was?
Alex.
The whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
Okay. And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
Well, that's pretty shitty. And you know where this is going. He cashed in the $5 million umbrella policy and then put it all in his pocket.
Of course, indulge, 1 moment.
Okay. Let's go. Brandon says she slipped, fell, and landed on Dick Cheney. And Jacob's proud Madre member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober crew says, I'm lurking today, but I love you, Jeff. Oh, and chat. Oh, so much. Hoping you all have a wonderful weekend full of love, joy, and laughter.
To your testimony, and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I sent Alex.
Okay. And what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
It was a bill?
Not
Yeah.
500 million.
Who did you
5
send
million.
that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or the law firm.
One policy was
Right. And why did you
500,000.
send it to Alec
One was
Murdaugh?
5 million.
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
So basically, he paid out maybe under the $500,000 policy. Didn't tell the kid there was a $5 million policy. Cashed the $5 million policy in and put it in his back pocket. And the kid knew nothing. Now he's going to be tried separately.
As time
for
went
these.
on, did you have conversations with Alec
After the
asking
murder
him about
trial,
the
they'll
case
do the
and what was
financial
going on with the
crimes
case
trial.
or anything like that?
Yes, not very rarely, but every few months or so.
And what would he tell you, just generally?
First, it was hard, and he knows like it was making progress, and he kind of left it at that.
He said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money after the medical bills were paid?
Said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said he's trying to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your brother?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $500,000 and $5,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Then it wouldn't be stealing, dumbass.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $500,000 and $5,000, correct?
Yes.
And it was diverted by ALEX MURDAUGH, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
And a large proportion of that was diverted by ALEX MURDAUGH. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from ALEX MURDAUGH when he was still before all of this happened?
No.
Jesus.
It took after this happening and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
Yes,
I called him in June 2021.
That's what it says.
In June of 2021.
Yes.
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
By the defense.
Defense. Don't, well, the jury's not here. You can ask whatever you want. If the jury's there, I would just shut up and let him go.
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning.
Long week.
He doesn't really want to talk to him. Oh, hey, what's that? Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you.
You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where that article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, when they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it. And yes, and I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone. Normally, that's how I called him. Yes.
So you called him on the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like once, twice, three. We talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Short and sweet. It's the way to deal with this witness.
Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Got a 5-minute break coming up here. Yowza, that's rough. Now, Mr. Upper Torso says, I'm still wondering if Paul was killed to prevent the boat crash trial, not just for the insurance payout. The timing is sus. Well, my understanding is that they had reached a settlement in the boat case, and that serves part of the basis of the financial charges against Alec. Apparently, they settled the civil claims for about $4 million, and he didn't pay it. The same way he ate this kid's $5 million, he ate the the boat settlement. So the prosecution would still go separate. Forget the financial stuff. The financial stuff has apparently been handled under a settlement agreement. He just didn't pay for it. The criminal stuff would still go forward. But the boat trial can still go forward without Paul because Alec is charged as well. Alec is facing charges in relation to the boating accident also. The $5 million settlement was for that kid's mother, the witness that was on the stand. His mother was the housekeeper there for like 25 years. She'd known Alec for like 40 years. She slipped, fell, hit her head, and died for 2 weeks. He had 2 insurance policies, one for 500, one for 5 million. He told the kid about the 500,000 one, still didn't give him the money. Said he used it for medical and whatever else. He was going to try to get them some money. He didn't tell them about the $5 million insurance policy. He took all the cash from the $5 million policy and put it in his pocket. That was the gist of that witness. And incidentally, apparently they are, and I read this and I haven't been able to substantiate it. So again, it's unsubstantiated fact. They said they were going to be exhuming her body to double check to make sure there were no signs of foul play. Ugh. So yeah, he's a prick. He's an asshole. He's a grade A government certified son of a bitch. But just because he stole $5 million from this kid, that doesn't mean he shot his wife and son. But that's what the prosecutor wants you to think. He's a bad guy because the prosecutor, the defense were saying, oh, he's a good guy. He had a good relationship with his wife. A couple of the witnesses mentioned, he treats us like a son. He's a good guy. We don't believe he would do this. So they want all this to come in to say, see, he's not a good guy like everybody says he is. He's got all this other evil shit going on. So therefore he probably shot his wife and son. There's a huge leap there for me. Yeah, he is a scumbag. He's anything you guys want to throw at, any invective, any epithets you want to throw at him are going to fit. But the fact he may be guilty of all 100 financial crimes doesn't mean he's guilty of this. And the state is not doing a good job at all of convincing me that he had anything to do with the murders. There's some very weak circumstantial evidence, and that's about it for me. And nothing that I can't explain away with another reasonable explanation. And I mean, in fact, we saw that earlier in the trial. The state's own criminologist, she said, she used those exact words. It is a reasonable explanation. Well, she said yes when he asked, is it a reasonable explanation that there were 2 shooters? And she said yes. LP says, I think he did it. It's a good possibility. I mean, it's a good possibility, but you got to prove it. Who was that kid? That was the son of the maid, the housekeeper that died in 2018, almost 5 years ago to the day. It was September. It was February 18th of 2018. What do you think what do you think he was meaning when he said he was going to do something with Paul's phone when it fell out of his pocket and he put it on his back? I don't know. I don't know. Rooster Cogburn did. That is true. That is true. Rooster Cogburn did use two different guns to shoot people. Yeah. Let's go, Brandon. Says this is a show trial for the other crimes. I bet they don't prosecute all the other ones. Just get him in jail for life on something and expose it all. This is definitely a mini trial for the financial crimes thing. This is a dry run for the financial crimes. Nothing will convince me otherwise. I mean, for me, it's not even something that's worth exploring. It's just so obvious. They're how do I want to say this? The regular part of their trial dealing with guilt or innocence, the evidentiary part, the real direct evidence is so shitty. It's in such a shambles that I think the prosecution thinks there's no way they could get a conviction based on what they've presented to the jury so far. So that's why they were so desperate to get this financial stuff in the other day. When he was throwing right at the end, the last witness, what was it, 2 days ago, I believe? The friend of the family. Are you aware of all these debts? Are you aware he owed this money? Are you aware he was disbarred? Are you aware about a $792,000 loan? That he just spoke over the objection of the opponent counsel. The judge overruled the objection, and he was like throwing all of this stuff out. He wanted to get it in. He wanted the jury to hear that this guy owes at least $792,000. And that was shady. Like I said, it may have been legal to do what the prosecutor did, but I thought it was a pretty shady thing to do. Excuse me. But they tried to do that so that they could do all of this they're doing right now. I think they're convinced that the only chance they have of getting a conviction on these murder charges is to put up so much of this financial crime information, these allegations, which he still hasn't been proven guilty of. These allegations are so bad that he must have killed them, regardless of what the other evidence says, regardless of whether there's any direct evidence or not. You can see what a horrible human being he was. He wasn't a good guy like everybody said he was. We've just showed you he owes like $1 bajillion to everybody. So therefore, it's not that hard of a thing to imagine he'd go and off his family. As stupid as that sounds, I think that's where the prosecutor's at. And Jimena says he is a horrible person, but that does not make him a murderer. And so far, I've seen no real facts to demonstrate he did it. He could also have been framed. He had a lot of enemies. I'm still sticking with my personal unproven, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, as Steph the Alternate says, that it was cartel, organized crime, somebody backing a bookie. He owed lots and lots of money. Like I said, you don't take out all these debts and all these unless you're living way above your means, which it doesn't sound like he did. To me, it sounds like he owed someone money, a lot of money, got himself in a lot of trouble. And my theory, opinion, conspiracy, whatever, is that perhaps he got so far in, was so far behind on the payments that they taught him a lesson. That fits just as good, if not better, than anything else the prosecution has hypothesized so far. MG Law says, as an attorney, this just rubs me the wrong way with the prosecutor trying to get all this extraneous financial stuff in front of the jury. It isn't a relevant basis for him killing his wife and son. Yeah. They just want to undercut his character. This is character in evidence. They want to use it as character evidence to show he had a bad character. So therefore, he probably offed his family. Again, it's ridiculous. Jeff H, it could be any angle. I'm sure Gosney said if he was moving, could have caught him in an angle. The gas in his brain made his head explode. I don't think the killer seen that coming. Well, yeah, it was a close shot, apparently. You shoot someone in the head with a shotgun and nothing good happens. I've seen a few pictures. Let's go. Brandon says, imagine if the cops didn't blow it and lose the GPS data. Then we would just know where he/his phone is and if he did it or not. Well, they did have the witness. One of the witnesses said, because their theory is he offed his wife, took her phone, drove up the road, and threw it out the window. They did have the state's own witness testified that the data shows that there's no possibility those two phones were together at that point in time. So, which means he could have left his phone at home and chucked his wife's phone out the window. Well, We've gone more than 5 minutes. So. But we're 2 hours into this. Let's put up a different poll here. So this was just to get the poll we have up was just to get your opinions, because like we said at the beginning of the trial, this is some serious slogging. This financial crap is so useless and so pointless because one of two things is going to happen. Literally everything we're watching now is completely useless. It's a waste of time for you and me, maybe not the court, but it's a complete waste of time for us. Why? Because if the court says all of this stuff we've heard over the last 2 days, and it could possibly be up to 2 or 3 weeks more of this same exact type of stuff about financials. So everything that we hear over the next, however long, if the judge says that cannot come in, it's too prejudicial, or you can't use it to show the current wrongdoings or state of his character, whatever. For whatever reason, the judge says all of this financial stuff can't come in. That means everything we just watched was a complete and utter waste of our time. On the other hand, if for some reason the judge, for whatever reason, the judge says, hey, we're going to let all or some of this in, what happens then is they literally go back and redo everything that we've just watched. This is literally, they're doing a mini trial to show the judge what they want the witnesses to say. If the judge says yes, they bring the jury in, and then they go and they present all of that evidence again. They ask the same questions, they get the same answers, and it's for the jury. So either it's all going to be out and this was a waste of time, or they're going to do it again, in which case all of this is a waste of time. So Andrew, Legal Mindset, and I, we're tag teaming on this trial. We were thinking one of two things. Either we just stop now, at the like today's the last day, and then we come back when the financial stuff is over and they get back to calling regular witnesses. Or we just forget the prosecution's entire case and we come back when the defense starts their case. And that's what the poll was. 21% of you said return when the financial stuff is over. 18% of you said return when defense starts. And 61% of you didn't realize that stream this trial every day and die was not an actual legitimate answer, unless you're really this fascinated, in which case there's lots of other places that you can go to. We haven't decided what to do yet. We're going to talk about it over the weekend to see how we want to proceed with this, but it's rough. It's rough for you guys. It's rough for us. We'll see. We'll decide what we do over the weekend. We'll let you know through, posts, the community posts on here, through Twitter, whatnot. You'll know what we're doing. So yeah, you're really here for chat. This is a grift for us. Basically, this is a rough one too. I mean, you've seen me I can do my 8-10 hour a day job, come home, sleep for an hour, do this for 4.5 hours, sleep for 4 hours, go back and do the 8-10 hours a day again. I'm doing it. I can do it. I can live with this, but it wears on you. And if you don't really have to do it, it's better to actually live like a normal human being. But we'll talk about it and we'll let you know how it goes. All right, so that's the end of that poll. Let's see. Nothing's happening here. They're still in court. We still got the great view here. Here we go. Hey, that was timing. And rant. And thank you.
Call
all
your next
for,
witness.
State calls Carson Burney.
And thank you all for being here, all 272 of you. We lost about 20 people during that break, but hey, come back, everybody. We're doing a good thing here.
Do you affirm the testimony about the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And to take seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Good morning, Mr. Burney.
Good morning.
Still morning, just barely.
It is.
Where do you work, Mr. Burney?
I work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
Of
And
course
what is
he
your
does.
job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
Hey, is that
And
Josh
how long have you been a
Robine?
forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right. And what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records to include bank statements, credit card statements, loan documents. I also trace assets from source to ultimate disposition.
And make sure I talk in monotone the entire time.
All right. And what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the state grand jury division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have.
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
Similar documents, as I mentioned earlier, they would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders, and other various things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now, you said trace. What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply just following a fund. In this example, these are the alleged stolen checks. Primarily that went to Forge account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records and in coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever onto eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to draw it and stop and say that's as far as we can go?
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you could follow money forever, and forever. But for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by ALEX MURDAUGH.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents reflecting the conclusions that you reached upon tracing those funds?
I have.
All right. And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I just want to know how come he's the only guy speaking at twice normal speed.
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the honor? And Mr. Birdie, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicate the three instruments I was tracing. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with a date or a negotiated date of March 10th, 2021. Second, a $375,000 instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 23rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number, account number that it was deposited into.
And what were the last four digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
ALEX MURDAUGH.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
And in preparing this document, did you have to review a considerable amount of bank records in order to prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A
Yes,
lot
sir.
of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel that shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went. And you can see at the bottom, it will total out to the initial amount of
All
money.
right, I'm going to pull his volume down a little
And
bit.
not
here.
to call out
This
any
guy is
too many
just too loud.
specific transactions because we are in a in-camera hearing. But we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63, and then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors.
How is that? Is that a little bit better on people's ears?
Check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And then another name that we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is
All right,
correct.
you're all saying it's much better, so we'll leave it
down
here.
into two separate subsections. What is the distinction between those two different subsections?
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those two different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but just generally speaking, upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with ALEX MURDAUGH, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account, or did they go into one bank account and then into others, or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. ALEX MURDAUGH had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts. They would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Alexander Murdaugh Ford. Is that
Indigo
correct?
says, help, too much
did he also
number,
have
and I'm a
another bank
financial
account at Bank of
counselor in a
America that didn't
hospital.
have any mention of Ford. Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would money go into one account and then into that checking account, or would money go into directly that checking account, or both?
It depends on the instrument. For example, these three checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And so here, coming out of that Bank of America account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately $747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092 is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 ALEX MURDAUGH Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and from just looking at account records.
You know, the people are looking at this lawyer, the prosecutor, saying, y'all don't talk like you're around from around here, brother.
$3,000.
Hey, boy, you don't
And then flipping
sound like
behind
you're
that
from
facial
these
summary
parts.
page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details I would include on those pivot tables, if there's a date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $192,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the
This
next
trial would be
page,
over in a week if everybody talked like he
$225,000,
did.
is that one
Jeez.
of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
He literally does sound like it's on double speed. And
Bernie,
I
I'm
like
showing
it.
you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance as Satterfield money?
Yes.
It's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit. Never mind. We'll just stick with this. All right. So on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right. And then how much was ultimately into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge
Nice.
account.
The fake Forge
that
account.
was DB. Yes.
Yeah. If you could just get those reports.
From
that'd be
that
good.
account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625. You can see a cash withdrawal in the amount
Louis
of
C.K.,
$12,500
forensic accountant.
Right.
Over two different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts?
It was.
Which account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 6092 at Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them in solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes, they're for my notes, so I could identify which loan number went to which loan.
And you specifically reviewed the loan documents in relation to each of these loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the supporting documentation for what they were collateralized by?
Yes.
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
That is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars.
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
Sling blade. Maybe some taters. Oh, we'll take advantage of this little break here. Faudian says, I say the state attorney general is pushing the case and prosecutors just following orders, especially if they want Poon out of office. Win or lose, Poon looks bad for defending Alex. I don't think he looks bad for defending Alex. That's his job as a lawyer. Alex is entitled to a defense. I don't think it makes him look bad.
I'm showing you a document labeled as States Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
And Eva Torres says, bring it down 10 notches, Opie Esquire. Yeah, which is why we dropped the court volume a little bit there so we wouldn't crush our eardrums.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account, roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
And when was this instrument deposited?
That was May 15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million?
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
into a forged account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million.
Can you guys hear my dog
funded.
snoring? I'm in the same room and without my headset,
the
I
sum
can't hear him.
total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
I can barely hear it, and I'm sitting right here.
And this next one
That's
would
how
be
far the dog
for
away-
the checking
really?
account. Is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money? This one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Palmetto State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair.
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions or specific individuals who received some of this money, here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it.
Hopefully, it will be a murder trial again
Off
soon.
the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it your understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down, we have a Curtis E. Smith. And if I can read lines correctly, how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
Don, you've missed a lot of financial
And that was a
information.
single
Unfortunately,
instrument?
none of it has anything to do with
Curtis
murder.
Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over four different instruments.
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended up the payment to the credit card for my own sanity primarily.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally, right below that, we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
The purpose of this is to see whether or not this testimony should be allowed to show his bad character. All right, where have we gone off to, people? Hello, Aussie Overlord. My name is Carson Byrne. I'm a forensic accountant with the Attorney General's office. I scared him away. Come back, Hayden. Come back. I won't do it again. Come back. Chaos Coordinator says, I went to do my laundry, cook lunch, change American flag on moon for a fresh one, came back, and they're still as boring as they were. Oh, they're going to be this boring for 1, possibly 2, maybe even 3 weeks. Yay. Because that was the deal yesterday. They were saying this 3-week trial may end up being 6 weeks. Hello again, sir.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, copycat. Yeah, this guy, Carson Byrne, he's the Attorney General's Office Grand Jury Forensic Accountant.
Fabulous.
Which is why he probably talks like a monotone Cylon.
All right.
Apologies for being late. I was up partying a little bit too late last night.
Woohoo! And I'm going to start partying in 8 hours and 28 minutes from now.
And I will be there. Yes, I'm aware that I have not done my hair, but I did get a haircut last night. Sorry, yesterday.
Oh, I thought you did. That looks nice. I like that. I was going to say, hey. Let's Go Brandon says, this is the same judge overseeing these financial cases. He knows the evidence rule on admissibility first for the love of God. Also, is the jury even at the courthouse
Bernie,
today, or is all
I
hope
have handed
lost?
you a series
The
of
jury
exhibits
is supposed to be coming
starting with states
as
376
soon as this guy gets off the stand.
and ending in states 397.
I think the chances of that happening are slim to none, but yeah.
Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, they're documents.
The court is not on screen.
The court is not on screen. And you know what? You're not missing a fucking thing. You're literally not missing anything. I can just leave it like this and you'll enjoy the trial exactly as much. But what the hell? I'll bring it up under duress. I'm bringing this up.
Morning, Corn Pope. I hope you're doing well.
I wish I was drunk. Right, Jeff, I'm off for some lovely Guinness. Great. Come back for the fucking Friday stream starting in 7 hours and 26 minutes from now. And for those of you that aren't familiar with it, at 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, 1 a.m. UK time, 10 a.m. me, and noon Aussie Overlord time, we're going to start my fucking Friday stream. We're going to have a great panel of guests, including Aussie Overlord, who are going to come. We're going to hang out. We're going to chill. And you're all going to throw $100 super chats at me or aggregates of $100. And I'm going to get as drunk as possible. For example, we've already got 3 $100 shots front loaded by Mike and the Let's Go Brandon Collective.
I do.
Those will be Glen Morangy extremely
And
rare
all of
18-year
these
scotch.
exhibits
The aggregates will be
from
Shackleton
376 to 397, documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving money going through the Forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case.
Yes, sir.
And I think we actually already got through the Ferris fees from that truck case. So these would be what went through the Forge account, correct?
Through the Forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe there might be a check or two in the name of ALEX MURDAUGH in there.
Throughout
Yes, it is Fedorovsky.
all
So
of
bring
these
your
tracings
money.
and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I understood correctly after briefly conferring with counsel for the defendant, that they would be willing for the purposes of this hearing to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review. Have I stated that correctly?
You have.
All right, so stipulated.
This is Edward. That is the exact
Your Honor, in the
opposite of what
interest
happens on
time,
fucking Friday.
I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original.
More than
to
you'd
the
think,
court
Justice.
reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Now, rumor has it that the jury is supposed to come in now. Wait, hang on. Got to see what Ozzy has under here.
State ready for the jury. State and defense.
Lovable Larkin, an all-around good guy. Okay. I'm just a drunken Lorax. All right. They're bringing the jury in. No, that's the point. We keep going until I do blackout or get ill. I've never actually in my entire life thrown up from being drunk. I can't do that. As much as I would like to clear out the system, I have never done it. But yeah, that's the whole point of fucking Friday. I grift as much money as possible. Usually we go 7 or 8 hours until I just can't take it anymore. It's once a month. We just do it in good-hearted fun. I sacrifice my liver for one day of the month. Come by, you'll see it. We have some. It's a great stream. We have a huge panel of guests lined up. I think it's weird that they don't stand up for the jury. This is like the only courtroom I've ever seen where they don't stand for the jury.
That does seem a little bit disrespectful. Oh yay, my food is here. I'll be right back.
Yay. What is that thumbnail?
Oh shit, I forgot that was there. Sorry, hang on.
What is that? Who is that?
I was
Hey,
taking the
friend of the jury.
piss out of Jessica Reloaded last night, so it's Mia Khalifa.
Oh, okay. Don't need to Google who she is.
Facing the jury will stand for a moment.
All right. While the jury is standing up to get some exercise, I'll let you know who's coming on the fucking Friday stream tomorrow. We've got Ozzy Overlord. He'll be there. Meme Copium from Japan. Runkle of the Bailey. Stephen Angosny. Drex. Potentially Criminal Sean. Andrea Burkhart will be there. Flux will be there. Ari Jacob will be there. Radix Verum Christina will be there. Steph the Alter Nerd will be there. And possibly Ricada will show up for a bit. Depends on his schedule. So that's what we're looking at for the fucking Friday stream. Like I said, it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S., and it just goes until I am no longer able to go. It's the one time a month where my entire sole purpose in life is to liberate as much money from your pockets as possible. So I don't have to talk about it the entire month. All right. Yeah, it's all in fun. I know it's crass. I know it's ridiculous, and I know it's unhealthy, but we do it anyway because it's fun. And it's fucking Friday, so we talk about things we don't normally talk about.
Thank you. Be seated.
It's a cursey show. Paul Diab, Danny is extremely sick right now, so she has to bow.
All right, welcome back. Day number 10. State's case, next witness.
Take off Tom Darnell.
Tom Darnell? Tom Darnell, will you take the stand, please? All right, let's see if we get some interesting witnesses.
My brain's just kicked in. I just want to clarify, people. I wasn't making fun of Jess. I was making fun of the people that mistake her for somebody else. I do. Just want to clarify.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
You were making fun of her. We all do. Oh, speaking of which.
My name is Thomas Edward Darnell. Last name is spelled D-A-R-N-E-L-L.
Speaking of Jessica Reloaded, I forgot she'll be on our
Agent
panel too
Darnell.
tomorrow.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
Excuse me.
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State
Jesus,
Law Enforcement
fingerprints.
Division
This could be cool.
of Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia, where I was employed for about 8 years. I started my career at SLED in 1990 in the late print crime scene department.
Well, this
During
could be
that
interesting.
time,
See what
I
fingerprints
completed
they
an
have.
in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of.
Oh, it is Winona
fingerprint-
Ryder's
fingerprint
prosecuting.
science.
Cool.
I've
The
attended a
Beetlejuice
number
version of Winona Ryder.
Courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints.
I swear to God, though, if this guy
I've
is here
also
to
trained
testify that
other
he found his
examiners
fingerprints in his own
to do
home.
the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
And he's going to testify that there were fingerprints all over the guns that had nothing to do with the murders.
All right,
That's
Agent
what I'm worried
Darnell,
about.
could you just kind of tell us in general about fingerprint evidence?
Well, basically,
Tell us about worlds
fingerprint
and
evidence
bridges.
can be most anything. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we
are moist.
Determine the type of evidence that we have, then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. One thing to keep in mind is that in most cases, the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically latent. A latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And how, or what is the process of
Derna, moisture
finding these hidden
oil
fingerprints?
is moist.
Well, we have several
I feel like this
different,
guy frequently needs assistance to be
techniques
enhanced.
that we can use. Everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains.
Don't
to
do super glue
different chemicals
fuming. It
that
kills
we can
brain
use.
cells.
There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used.
That's racist.
We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface.
And can you give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
Non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper.
Paul's head.
A paper cup, paper plate, a piece of like a handwritten note or a check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact, across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume. And that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface. It enables us to see it better. And it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
Okay, and when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, we have it photographed. We have the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically.
Is
so that we can then
super glue
compare it to
fuming kind of like
standards that we may be
hotboxing your
asked to
significant
compare.
other in bed?
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind
Only
of
if you've
lifts
been
of the print or
eating
anything like
solvents.
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, it was black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
Yeah, they were being racist. They
So
were trying to
you
find
did
the white
receive
powder.
some items to test in this case for fingerprints?
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's different things in different places.
65, 66, 67, and 68.
You got a shot ready for 69?
200 blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence.
It is.
And did you find any evidence on those cases?
Actually, I did not. There was what we call the result that I used with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on fired cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since
I swear to God,
fingerprints
if
are
we've
so
gotten through this whole
fragile,
case and
a
he's
lot
about
of
to tell
times
us there's a
that
fingerprint on the
there's probably a
case,
couple of
and it
reasons
is.
why we don't find a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
bitch
prints
slap
on
the
cartridge
prosecution.
cases.
Well, he just testified that 3 of these cartridges don't have fingerprint on them because cartridges don't normally have fingerprint on them.
And 34.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank
So
you.
if his fingerprint is
To
on one of those
test
cartridges,
for
then it's
or
pretty
examine
damning
for
that he was there when the
fingerprint
bullets were fired. But if that's the
I
case,
did.
I'm going to bitch slap somebody because they could have led with this
On those
3
shot
fucking days ago.
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
We always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases.
So
but I
never
can't
in
recall
30 years has he got
honestly having
a
case
fingerprint,
where
a
I was
usable
able to actually
fingerprint off of
identify.
a cartridge or a shotgun shell. So
Did you
therefore,
also
the absence of
receive
any
a,
fingerprints on
shotgun
those
to
cartridges
check for
and
fingerprint
shotgun shells
I
proves
did.
that Alex murdered his wife and child.
That being State's Exhibit 4.
That's exactly
That's
what
what
they're
we're
doing.
supposed
They're
to
trying
Black
to
Eagle 3.
they're trying to exclude a set of
Did you
evidence. That's what
find
they're
any
doing there for
fingerprint
the
evidence on
jury. They're
that
trying to say
weapon?
I
we
did
couldn't
not.
have found a fingerprint on
what
there
else
even
did
if we
you do with
tried.
that weapon while you
So
had it?
you shouldn't be taking that into account.
There was an additional request.
Inevitably,
to
it's
have
in their
it
heads.
swabbed
Well,
for
what about
for touch
fingerprints on the
DNA,
shells? So now he's telling us
which
why
I
they
did.
didn't have
I
them.
swabbed various areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And
Now we're
Hopefully,
into
he's going to
State's
also
Exhibit
explain why no other evidence exists as well.
307. Are those the swabs that you collected from that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
tell the prosecutor, don't tell
This time
me.
we move case 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene. Yes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
That was sneaky.
Yes, ma'am.
She
Did you
referred
tell
to the
the jury-
shotgun that was recovered from the house as being at the
If I
scene.
could look at my notes real quick. I
But again,
swabbed
that's
the
just
trigger.
saying his
I
fingerprints are on
swabbed
the gun that he
rear
went back to
stop,
the house
front
and got
stop,
that had
and
nothing
the
to do with the
ejection
murder.
lever on the shotgun. Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately. to possibly get a print on the trigger as who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus latent prints. Anytime we get something that we have a
Good
latent
God,
print
his DNA and his
request and a
fingerprints on his
DNA
own guns.
request,
I'm
we have to
shocked.
try to
Weird.
determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those 2 shot shells?
Yes, I did.
And those swabs are in states 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
What, his fingerprints are also on his cell phone? The hell you say?
I'm guessing there's gunshot residue on the cell phone, and they're going to try and say that it had transferred from his hand.
Exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but
What?
these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item
chain of custody.
25.
And could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone, cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit state's exhibit 309.
Okay.
Did you also examine?
Rama Hayden?
For fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
I feel like
I did not find anything that I could identify. I found a very small amount of fingerprint evidence on the phone. The result that I had to render was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
I'm guessing his fingerprints are on his phone. Wild ass theory on my part.
Do you recall examining some other shotguns or rifles in this case?
Of
Yes,
course.
ma'am.
That
Tell
would
us all
be a
about them.
300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg
Look,
shotgun,
unless he was notoriously
a
known for
Browning
using a stylus with his
shotgun,
phone, yeah,
and
there's going to be
another
fingerprints on his
Benelli
phone that belong to him.
shotgun.
That's correct.
Did
Yes,
you
the
find
jury is
any
here.
fingerprints on any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again, the result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
Well,
And
congratulations
if a
to ALEX
gun
Murdaugh
is-
for
has a
keeping his
camouflage
weapons
print,
clean.
for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage type surface. Keep in mind, we're spraying a fluorescent dye stain prior to using the light source, so that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints. But as far as the camouflage area,
I'm trying to see what
it
fingerprints
makes
on
it
your
a
phone.
little
Yeah,
harder.
I have
to
some
see,
usable prints
but
on my
we
phone.
do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method.
Yes, ma'am.
Got to go get your phone?
While
No,
you were processing
it was
those
right
guns,
here with the screen
did
on.
you collect
I'm sitting in a
swabs
cradle.
from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand
I'm
you State's Exhibit
Hayden.
308, if you take a look at that.
I'm tired and hungover. And sleep
Yes,
at
ma'am.
3 a.m.
These are the envelopes that I placed a swab from the shotguns. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Why are we moving the lack of evidence into evidence?
Because they have no case.
Now, did you receive
Oh, she's wearing the black
a
stockings again, so I have to give her.
30-round
I have to treat
magazine
her
that
nice.
was full of 300 blackout cartridges?
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And what did you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry. And then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case, I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA
It does
will
actually
pick
look
them
like a
up
flux, but
from
I think
there.
it's just a real bad
Impossible.
vest.
Yeah, it's possible.
All right. One moment, darling.
I hope nobody dusts any of my dad's magazines for my fingerprints. Just kidding. My dad would never have looked at such smut and filth.
You'll answer any questions from the kids.
See, Court, Your Honor. All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed,
Hey, it's Poon. Poon's talking again.
3 shotguns.
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of the, if they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
I normally when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So had they been unloaded, I would have or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as I left it on the table. I apologize.
What have I done? I boomered my screen.
22,
Okay, here
item
we are
number
again.
22. The camo Benelli Super, Benelli Super Black Eagle with 2 unfired shotgun shells.
Is that a new Marvel superhero? Super Black Eagle?
Process that at the lab.
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
Like Damon Wayans?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded.
I'm pretty sure that's already Falcon.
As I said, normally when a weapon, shotgun.
Okay, so it would be
comes
the
into
DC
laboratory,
knockoff
it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I've looked at your analysis on them. That there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed if they had been loaded and unloaded any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought into the laboratory.
And you processed those on June 9th, is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir. June 9th.
Now, the cartridges, there's a bullet and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308? I mean, the
That made
300
me laugh.
blackouts.
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired. And what you indicated that once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. Weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely,
That doesn't
never
just apply to
found
fingerprints.
fingerprints on expended
Heat,
casing.
friction, weather.
Well,
That can easily apply
I
to
wouldn't
sex
say
life as well.
rarely, never.
On the ground?
I know of cases in our laboratory that have been, where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a
You'll never get my prints.
magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
It
Yes,
is.
sir.
That's why it's called
Is
brass.
a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be. Yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just, I mean, please explain to the jury why you would normally get fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of the surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on, but most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and not corrugated or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
Jonathan, the jury is back in.
Brass surface.
This is back down to the regular testimony.
Did you say because it's mostly moisture? Isn't there some oil involved in that from the fingers? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you would have, as far as the coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or
Well, I
from
mean, the finger that, it's always just moisture.
it's mostly 98 to 99% moisture, and then you might have some other substances mixed in there, but it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints occasionally, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Oh, yes, sir.
Why is that pressure for me?
I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to do a comparison to make a match.
Well, there's no.
Oh, well, that's not supposed to happen. Why would you?
There's no
There you
set
go.
number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient.
Jonathan, I think we were
amount of
lucky and missed the
clarity
financial stuff.
and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought me.
So let me ask you this. You got a doorknob right here. Corner. I just grabbed it to open it.
No, he's front loading for my fucking Friday stream, which starts in
Does that leave a
8
fingerprint?
hours. I owe him those when we get there.
It's possible. You have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched did someone else grab the doorknob, because a latent print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you were on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked. Yes, sir.
I mean, it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door, and you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there. You would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but I was not on this scene, so I don't really know.
Look, Dick, I'm sure this guy's had plenty of experience.
Exactly what all they had going on. So, but with your scenario that you're speaking of, yes, sir, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob. But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of a what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with a, in a residue. It could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface.
We'll talk about this in a minute.
Just what you're trying to do.
So if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there are any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, this is, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes, detailed notes, because, photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been, well, strike that. You would also expect to see any surface that could have come into contact with perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
Basically,
I would think in the notes or in their
doing whatever they can to
testimony or anything such as that. There should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the latent print department where I worked at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
You have people in your latent print unit that do go to crime scenes.
Nope, my dog is not snoring.
Not really. The latent print department, the way it was set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you look at, you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir.
And you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of
There's nobody here. The dogs aren't snoring right now.
Anytime I report something is no value
Seriously,
for
it bloody well
comparison, that
sounded
means
like
that I
it.
did find
Yeah.
evidence of fingerprints. It
Oh,
just
it
wasn't
started
enough
again.
to compare it to anyone.
Now snoring.
Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
So,
Mind you, would anyone blame anyone
Other
in this
than
court right
the,
now for snoring?
no value for comparison.
Yeah, couldn't blame them.
That would mean you saw something, but you didn't have enough to compare.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was loud.
And,
the fuck was that?
No, it was no value. Keep in mind, again, their latents are fragile. You've got weather involved, water, rain, that sort of thing certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So other than the cell phone, everyone else says.
No, it turns out that actually was the dogs.
That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means. Yes, sir.
Other than the cell phone, you didn't even find any evidence of fingerprints, not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison. But the initial shotgun that came into me was, nothing was observed. Yes, sir.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun? Had actually
No, it is definitely the dogs.
brought it down to the murder scene?
Counsel's testifying.
Response.
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert. He can opine.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
Objection's overruled.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when the first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, I mean, that's not in conflict. No one's challenging that, and yet there were no. I mean, you found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them.
Well, weird. Now I can hear the dogs perfectly well, so I'm
mean
gonna take them out.
And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Leave the dogs alone.
You found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine. Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns.
And figure out why the mic is so hot suddenly. And why I'm buffering. Why not? Let's figure out everything all at once. Hello?
The shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value for.
Huh. Okay. Guess it's just me here now, given that it's. I am not playing at Mighty Meat. Not a chance in hell. This is this is not the time or the place for me to be playing the gunshots out of it. Oh God, what is going on with Law and Crime? Hang on. Let me actually check if it's their actual feed. In any event, how is everybody on people? Oh, there we go. I don't have to.
Cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
That had nothing to do with me, Excoma. I'm just here for the ride.
Who knows? Had nothing to do with me either, as far as I can tell. Could just be everybody in Korea is playing StarCraft or something at 2:30 in the morning.
There are no more questions.
Read that right.
Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998, where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to.
That annoys me. Cause I
do the crime scene. We did the printing. We did everything. Now it's two separate departments.
I'm going to refresh this screen, just see what happens. Do you think go very, very well or very, very poorly?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear?
Okay.
Well,
good.
We were about 2 minutes behind because they finished with him and there was no redirect.
All right, we deleted it. That was cool.
Spell your last name for the record.
Blake Johnson, last name Johnsson.
Hi, Agent Johnson.
Hello.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And
Yeah, great success. This is in front of the juries.
Yeah, there are jurors here. There
What
are
are some
jurors
of
here.
the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country
There
region.
are jurors here.
And as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some buccal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
That State's Exhibit 338.
and this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because I took them.
Because of the writing on the outside. This is the exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right. And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened, and the inside between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed, and they're put back in the envelope.
So it's like chewing tobacco.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay. They're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal, and it's signed and initialed and dated.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
You're admitted.
And Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness.
What?
No question.
Thank you. Now
Thank
step
you,
down. Your next witness.
The judge says with a sigh.
Lawrence Wiggins.
And how about they provide their previous witness? What the fuck was that?
Ralph Wiggum is testifying now? What?
I'm in danger. Wait, I actually have that sound. What the fuck am I doing?
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lawrex Wiggin.
Lawrence Wiggins, Wiggins.
I believe it's Chief Wiggins now. Is that correct?
Of course,
That
it's
is
Chief
correct.
Wiggins.
Are you the chief of Allendale? Is it Sheriff's Office, Police Department?
Where is your Messiah
Yes, so
now?
I'm currently employed as the chief of police for the town of Allendale.
But back in 2021, where were you employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services, and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect some buccal swabs?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 336 and 337. You could take a look at those and tell us what we have there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected them?
My initials and
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than going through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
All right.
Bless you,
Oh,
Dick.
I wanted to testify.
There's State's Exhibit 336 and 337. Well, Your Honor, we would have no further questions for this witness then.
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Why did she not just ask if they were going to stipulate to that in the beginning to start with? Why
Right.
waste everybody's time with that?
Yeah, that should have been stipulated too.
Yeah, David. Now they're saving time because they realize that they're bumping up
Yeah.
against the time frame on various things.
I guess just wanted to give her practice in front of the jury, I guess. I don't know.
I was like, what the fuck is going on?
A lot of people are saying that. Yeah, what just happened? They called 2 witnesses to get in 2 swabs of somebody's face or something. I didn't even catch what they swabbed. What did they swab?
A belt buckle, and
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
I've heard
the
the
other
buckle.
one, the previous one, I think was the guns.
All right, whatever.
The point is,
I was
still irrelevant. So
yeah, I was too busy trying to enter their names in. By the time I got their names in, they were off the stand. Yeah, the buckle swab. It's BUCCLE. Come on, guys, do something. Oh, there we
hopefully
go.
they were standing there.
The statement next
arguing over
called
what was
Chandler
stipulated and
Horny.
couldn't do.
Chandler Horny. Can't wait to hear what Chandler Horny has to say. Chandler, are you in fact horny?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Please be spelled IE, otherwise I'm going to crack up laughing.
Hi, my name is Chandler Horny, Horney.
Yes.
And Agent Horny, can you tell the
I bet she
jury who
is.
you work for?
I work for the
Ladies
South
and
Carolina Law
gentlemen,
Enforcement Division.
Smash or pass?
And what is your position
One
there?
for a smash,
special
2 for
agent
a
with Device
pass on
Services
Agent
Unit.
Horny.
And were you involved in the murder investigation of
So is
Paul
it
and
one
Maggie
of 2
Murdaugh?
ways? Either she's going to be that used to
And
the jokes that she
Flexing
is annoyed by everything, so she's
in
not
this-
actually horny,
I did.
or she's going to be wild.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 340. You will tell us what those are.
These are the collected buckle swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
And how
Don't
were those
stipulate. Let's watch
collected?
Agent Horny up here.
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in.
Agent Horny
This
loves
envelope.
swabbing cheeks.
And they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 340 into
Agent
evidence.
Horny loves tampering with cheeks.
Submitted.
We have no further questions for the state.
What?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
Hey, ma'am, are you horny? Did you swab some cheeks? Do you like swabbing cheeks? Well, it seemed like the majority of you put her down as a smash.
The state next calls Joe Moore, I'll be all day.
Don't know about your life, JSDs, but it was the best 30 seconds of the trial anyway.
Yeah. Wow. Sometimes the jokes
Do you
write
swear affirm
themselves.
The testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God. Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jomar Albialde, spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E, Albialde. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe.
I'll bet he's good at math.
I'll be all day.
Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little
racist,
trick
but more to the
to
point,
pronounce
he's going to be there. I'll be all day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
He literally told us how long
You
he's going to be on the stand.
remember the phrase, I'll be here all day, and drop the here, I'll be all day. You got it.
And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you work for SLED, is that
I
right?
bet he's
I
fun
do.
at parties.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buckle swabs in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343.
Well, now we know why their witness list was 256 people long, because they're just going to call them in and go, did you collect this? All right, bye.
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what, I mean,
Okay,
that's
and
one thing. Yeah,
States
Andrew and I were
Exhibit
wondering, and I'm sure
342
you
is
were
the
too when you were on your
swab
stream. Is like,
collected from
why was
his-
everybody from SLED on their witness list?
Basically.
Apparently because of this.
All right, this exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343.
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
What kind of a weapon is this Hefalito Torres?
This final buccal sample was
Sounds like a
collected
pet
from
joke.
his son, Alan
Yeah, Hefalito.
Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab.
I can barely hear you,
Special
Hayden, by the
agent,
way.
Really?
Jonathan explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope, and then sealed in a evidence envelope.
Oh,
such
damn,
as
my
this
Apple
one.
volume's really down.
Will
Oh,
be
wait, no,
sealed
that's
so
my
it was
headphones.
not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into
Okay,
evidence.
I'm just going to test so I don't blow anyone's ears out.
Says
How is
it
that?
fits. Any objections?
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
Good. Sounds good to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tape has no further questions for Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Hopefully, when I talk normally, it's not going to hurt anybody's ears. If I do, I apologize. Let me know.
Oh, glitter fart. All right.
Thank you, Glitter.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, fuck off.
All right, next.
Looks like I got to go over record for a record of how many people I can get on the stand today.
Lengthy, and Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
Oh, Lord. This hurts. This is hurting my soul.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this provides a good opportunity to say, hey, everybody, go over and make sure you are subscribed to Aussie Overlord. Are you still stuck in numbers hell?
Yes, I am. I've hit 8,555 at last count. I haven't checked whether or not I've lost any subs this morning, but no,
That's what I'm doing right now. Checking if I have.
Yes, I did get a haircut yesterday for everyone that has noticed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that people do actually take into account my looks. I have not put any product in it this morning because I slept through my alarm. So I pretty much rolled out of bed, did what I had to, and then got straight on stream. That did not include doing my hair. So,
oops, that's the wrong one, isn't it? There we go. Boop. Hi. They've got kangaroos loose in their top paddock. Okay. All right.
It's like saying they're a few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Yeah. I like that. All right. Well, you got a few super chats here to burn through. Let's go. Brandon says, I would pall myself if I had to listen to this woman's voice for the financial crimes aspect of the trial. Call a Clinton at least. Now, let's go, Brandon. Don't you be talking bad about my Beetlejuice Winona Ryder, especially on these days where she's wearing a skirt, heels, and black stockings. We'll have none of that. I would listen to her read the phone book dressed like that. Simp mode off. Nicholas Starr of Union Rep Labor Law. Are they drawing this out to make the economic douchery the primary part of the case? That was a part of the 403, 404, right? Yeah, well, yeah, that's what all the financial stuff was about. And it's still going to be. I think I don't know. How did it end yesterday? Are they doing financial stuff in the morning and jury in the afternoon? Is that what they're doing?
That's what I thought they were supposed to be doing. That they were going to be coming back to. I thought the jury was supposed to be back at 11:30, which is why I sort of I was going to try and get up early so I could work out whether or not he was going to introduce the financial shit. Because if he did, I was out.
No, you slept through that. The jury did come in at 11:30, so everything was good.
Yeah. So did the judge actually make a decision on the financial stuff or not?
No, they're still going.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
So yeah, it seems like that's what they're doing. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what time they tell the jury to come back on Monday.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole thing is, I think they're doing it, and as we've talked about before, they're doing it because their actual case, like the one that deals with evidence of actually committing the actual murders, is so fucking flimsy and non-existent that they desperately tried to get this financial stuff in so that they can say, see, they said he was a good man. He had a great relationship with his wife. He treated other kids like children of his own, but he wasn't really that good. He was in debt and listened to tell you all about these things. And he was an evil man, so therefore he killed his family.
See, the hilarious thing is, so last night, because I was talking to the wife about the trial and what would be going forward, what would be happening going forward, and that sort of thing. And because I tried to explain the case to her, and I said, "Oh yeah, it's a double homicide case, but they spent most of the day today talking about these financial crimes, and if that happens, it might push the trial out by another 2 weeks or whatever." And I sat there and I gave her like a brief 10-minute summary of what the evidence and the witnesses have been so far. And she said, and my wife is very like straightened by the book, and she looked at me, and she went, "What the fuck does any of that have to do with a murder?"
Yeah. Hey, Mrs. Hayden, that's kind of what everybody else is thinking. And see, I'm thinking it's going to start pissing the jurors off at some point when they're going to go, oh, wait, you mean the reason this is going to be possibly drug out another 3 weeks is because the prosecutor wants to talk to us about his financial crimes? This could even further destroy the prosecution's case.
Well, either that or my big concern is because the judge is entertaining it and giving it weight and cadence, that the jury might think that it's relevant, and because all this information is being provided to us, it must mean he's guilty. Like, that's my genuine concern here, is that they're going to take it that because the court is giving it such weight, we should be too.
Did you catch any of the housekeeper's son's testimony?
I don't believe so, no.
He was a piece of shit. I mean, clearly. What he did is after the housekeeper slip, fell, knocked her noggin, and died a couple of weeks after that, he told the kids to sue him and go after his homeowner's insurance policy, which we know. What we found out was he had 2 policies, one for $500,000 and an umbrella one for $5 million.
Right.
He told the kid about the $500,000 one, didn't tell him about the $5 million umbrella policy. And he was working all of this. He was using the $300,000 policy to pay for her hospital bills. And he pocketed the $5 million without the kids ever even knowing it existed. And they didn't see anything from the $500,000. They didn't see anything from the $5 million. That was interesting. I mean, it has nothing to fucking do with a murder, but it was interesting.
So again, douchebaggery, but I don't know that. Yeah. Look, he's a piece of shit, but that doesn't mean he killed his wife and kid.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's not boring from a perspective of being boring. I mean, this last little bit was fucking boring, but it's interesting, but it's not helpful. And it's like you said, if they decide to go ahead and allow this in, we get to hear the same shit all over again. So, yeah. What do you got here? Jonathan says, why does the judge even entertain the idea of bringing in financial crimes when I know it was completely irrelevant? Yeah, that's exactly what we just said. It's totally irrelevant that I can see. Let's go. Brandon says, I think they want to get justice for that knucklehead Paul and Maggie and don't want to try every financial crime. They want this. Okay, court TV, stop turning your audio on. There, now I'm not deaf. They want this show trial to air it all out and then lock him up on a few crimes. As we've been talking about, I think this is clearly a dry run for the financial crimes trial. And if they're lucky enough to get it in, they're lucky enough to get it in. And a couple other comments. Crystal Pontek saying, Jeff, when is Sarah Boone back in court? She's back in court in April 6th, I believe. legal advice, is this purely to see if it's accurate, or is there an element of seeing if it's applicable? It's all about seeing if it's applicable. It's like, is this something that should be allowed in? Normally, evidence of wrongdoing, or in this case, alleged wrongdoing or prior bad acts or alleged prior bad acts, are not usually allowed in as evidence of the guilt in committing the current crime. There's a few exceptions to that. There's also the possibility it can be brought in to show his bad character, but not necessarily have anything to do with the actual crime itself, just to show you he's a bad guy. And then you have to weigh, is it more prejudicial than probative or informative? But that's what this whole thing is. This whole little mini trial is to see whether or not the judge thinks there are legal grounds to allow this testimony in. And if the judge says yes, then we repeat it all in front of the jury. How exciting is that?
Look, from an outsider's perspective, there's that tiny bit of me that's going, well, that could be exciting because what if one of them fucks up and changes the story the second time around? But at the same time, it's like, well, it won't matter because obviously it's the first time the jury hears it.
Yeah.
But at least from the outside, we know that someone screwed up. And if they're going to do it, then they might as well make it interesting.
How can they have a real trial over the financial stuff if they go to everything through here? Well, here it's not to show, it's not to say whether or not he committed the financial crimes. It's to show he has a bad character, or is a bad guy, or is accused of doing bad things. So this here is just to show his character.
Yeah.
The actual financial stuff is going to be the actual evidence in the actual financial stuff trial.
What do you think about the concern and the argument that they're dragging all this out just to poison the well for the financial crimes case?
Boy, after hearing that testimony, I don't see how they're going to be poisoning. I mean, you mean like trying to find jurors that can hear it, that don't know about this?
At this point, I think that at this point, I kind of feel like the financial crimes would have to be changed venue, because this is just it. I mean, wasn't someone saying that it's going to be in front of the same judge?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh dear God.
Well, and you'll notice he has this gorgeous high back, amazing periwinkle leather chair that I would love to have. The jurors are sitting in these hard chairs with minor ass padding. Same for he doesn't give a shit. He's comfortable up there in that throne he's sitting on. You got to keep in mind these jurors are not equally as forgiving. And let's go, Brandon. My point is they just want to parade him in front of the public to see instead of doing 99 more trials. Also, they let this in. I'm not watching.
Can't blame you, Brandon.
Well, see, that's what Andrew and I are talking about. It's a question of, are we just going to stop this part now and come back when they're done with the financial stuff, or are we going to wait till the prosecution finishes and then we just start streaming the defense case? And I think that the deciding factor is going to be what the court does. Because if they just go straight through with the financial stuff, then we'll probably just come back when they're done. But if they do this half-day thing, we might just say, screw it, and just come back for the defense stuff. Because, I mean, there's no sense getting up for us here in Korea, 3 o'clock in the morning to listen to a few bits and pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
You do weekly updates, something like that. Hayden can get sleep. And damn it, while we're talking about Hayden, the 260 of you that are here right now, 268 now, go over to Aussie Overlord and check to make sure you're subscribed or not. Subscribe to this guy. Get him out of this damn funk. I was in a funk for a few weeks and it was driving me insane. He's been in it for months and it's weird and it's just YouTube being YouTube.
Yeah, Susan is driving me batshit crazy. I'm not going to lie. Oh, hang on. I want to go to studios. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Are you positive for the day? Because I've picked up 2 subscribers, and whoever you 2 subscribers are, thank you very much. I am now 20 subscribers away from 33,300.
I'm down 3 on yesterday.
Oh, Jesus. It's a weird thing. I mean, you guys don't care, but it's just fascinating from a creator standpoint. Like on any day, I would be around 260. And then I would get 15 or 20 subscribers, and then I would lose 30. And like that fast. In a matter of 20 or 30 minutes, I would lose 30 subscribers, and then I'd go to sleep, and then I'd wake up and I'd be back to 260. And it was just lather, rinse, repeat every day. Gain a few, lose double that, gain them back while I sleep. It's just weird. So get over there and subscribe to Hayden and like everything he's done.
That would be very much appreciated, because I'm not going to lie, guys. The way that Susan's been going about it, it is disheartening on occasion, because like at one point I'd gained 80 subscribers, but in the total week I'd lost 110, so I had a net negative over the week.
Yeah.
Like it's,
and it's when you lose those subscribers and things, you can just literally watch the numbers scroll down, and you're thinking,
and it's really noticeable when you're a small
not
channel.
everybody is lining up to unsubscribe from your channel at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm generally not someone that pisses people off.
Well, when you do, it would be a slow trickle, like one every hour or two, but you'll lose 100 subscribers in an hour, and then you're good for the next 24. It's just weird.
Sure.
All right, we just gonna watch the judge be silent. Andrew, where are you? I got to get up and start drinking in 7 hours. Aha.
No, Jonathan, don't click the sub button twice, thank you.
There's the link to his channel.
Can't make it any more easy for you guys. You click on that, the button will literally pop up and say, "Do you wish to subscribe?"
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul Greer.
I'm going to unsubscribe to you just to see what that looks like. There, you just lost a subscriber.
We'll do it live.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth, so help you God?
No.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last
Thank
name.
you to the 8 of you that must have subscribed then. I very much appreciate that.
Hey, that's pretty cool. I need to learn how to do that. You told me once and I forgot.
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Greer.
How are you doing today? I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment to.
That's Greer.
Paul, if you would, please introduce yourself
Figure
to
I
the jury
definitely
and tell
didn't
us a
make it
little
in
bit when you graduated
Susan's
high
good
school,
graces
where
last
you
night.
went for education.
Sure. My name is Paul Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school, I attended the University of South Carolina. And
Upon
received a
graduation.
Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you,
Well,
Paul. I'm
aren't
gonna
you just
ask
a
you, if you
well-spoken
would, to
gentleman?
Pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear
Yeah,
you.
that's what it is.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. All right, Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED.
Oh, thank you for checking my data.
All right,
Finn.
and
I
tell us a
appreciate
little bit
it. I
about your
really do.
professional career. How did you get started at SLED, and what it is that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did that internship with our Fire and Tool Mark department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014 in the Firearms department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms examiner with SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Fireman Toolmark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to
I'm
work
trying
those
so
cases.
hard not to make jokes.
I looked at thousands of fired ammunition
I'm just trying to
components on the microscope
focus on other
and
things
did
right
many
in a second, 'cause
comparisons of
that's-
those.
yeah.
During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations. At the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam that included some mock casework within our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training in that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which ones would that, which one would that be?
It's just
I'm a
beeping.
member
Mine's
of the
like
Association
screaming
of
at
Firearm
me.
and Tool Mark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of Firearms and Tool Mark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Please explain.
No,
a
the
couple
jury
of those
is
or a few
here.
of those, if you
The
would.
jury
Yes, sir.
is here.
AFTE
The jury has
hosts
been
an
here.
annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and tool mark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and tool mark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional
this is not
conferences that have
memorized.
been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your
And cut.
laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
Fabulous
The SLED
accreditation.
laboratory is
tools.
accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same
The
set of
300
standards as
blackout
other
is
labs in the United States that
fabulous.
are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process that ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain if you would the kind of the couple of
It's the fashion
inspections
police.
that-
They're
that are
coming for your
typically required.
suit.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards. And they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component. And they do this for all the disciplines within the laboratory.
He likes it when people
And that
watch.
audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Internally at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives them information on how to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, and following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must follow that as well. And those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a SLED firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay. Just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives us information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement references that we need to consult for our equipment that we use. All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is?
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those.
This is totally not memorized.
So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, and we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir.
Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Approximately.
At this point, state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Don't touch the tools with the marks on them.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You handle tools, correct,
Greer,
sir?
I'd like to take the
Have you
moment
ever held a
to
big black
kind of,
scary tool in
educate
your
the
hand?
jury a little bit on
Okay,
firearms.
explain to me what you did next.
And if you would, please tell us a little bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps a shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels a projectile through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder. And that has a smooth bore.
God, he's
And
explaining what
bore
a shotgun
is
is to
just
the people of
inside
South
that
Carolina.
barrel, so there's no rifling.
That's what he was asked to
inside that
do.
barrel, typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with.
Pew,
and
pew,
it fires
pew.
shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic
Suck,
or metal
baby, blows,
that
just
can
an
contain
expression.
multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
But hello, sailor.
When you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
Correct. That rifling is in barrels in order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
The
question?
rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel.
A straight
you'll think of
line?
kinda like a
Did we forget
quarterback
about
throwing a
gravity,
football.
Mr.
It helps
Expert?
to give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the
I thought the whole
opposite
thing
of that
about
would
the
be
marks
smooth
that
bore
rifling
of a
leaves on
shotgun.
bullets
How
and that
does
sort of thing
that
is
affect
bullshit.
the pellets or the BBs inside of the
Well, it
shotgun?
does help it go faster and farther.
So in the typical
Yeah, but I
shotgun,
mean,
you don't have
like,
that
why is he
rifling
there to testify to that?
gives it
Surely he's here to
spinner
say,
twist,
oh, the
but that's
bullet
not
matched
the design of the shotgun.
whatever.
Yeah.
So when those
Yeah.
pellets are
He just needs
slug or
Gosney to
whatever's
come down
traveling
on
down the bore of that shotgun,
Phrasing.
Yes.
it is just traveling out the barrel
Phrasing.
based
Sorry.
on the combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell that can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets. We think of birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell. Also in there may be other components. That could be plastic or some type of paper material.
Please,
and that
please,
would be
please
a
talk about
wad.
blowing your wad.
And those have different
Please.
jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them
Please
together
talk
as
about
they
shooting your
travel.
wad. I'll give you
to provide
$100
some
if
type
you
of
do,
cushioning between those pellets and the powder.
Oh, you know, there's
So they
many
all
things
have
this guy's
different various
gonna do for
purposes
$100, but I don't think that's
inside
one of
that
them.
Shot shell.
Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically
brought
what
my
you're
wad
talking about in a shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Andrew. It's fabulous witness time.
We're sparkling.
Are you having your tool inspected, Jeff?
I'm just waiting for him to talk about blowing his wad, how you shoot the wad. Yeah, but yeah, he's explaining what a gun is to people in South Carolina. Like literally, what is a firearm? What is a shotgun? Welcome.
Hopefully, next you'll explain what is a brain aneurysm so I can see what's coming.
Boy, that's what he's looking. Anyway, sorry, not too easy. The jokes are too easy with this guy.
It's low hanging fruit.
It's very low hanging fruit.
And he's got mussed up hair. Now, Poon, don't make the witness cry.
Heading back, please.
I don't know what Dick Poon's going to ask this guy. So far, he hasn't proffered any evidence whatsoever, except here's what a shotgun is.
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see when what we're looking at and what the components are in there.
Are you fucking serious?
Shut up! He's going to talk about the wadding now. He's going to talk about the wad.
Here
I just want to
you
hear him
have
talk
a
about the wad.
plastic body there of the shell with a metal.
Shut up, or you're
head.
going to miss it.
On this end of it, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. This is the end that the projectiles or the pellets that are inside of the shot shell will exit and travel down the barrel of that shotgun.
Thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Drew, the second firearm would be you want to talk about a little bit about what the AR platform is.
Sure. An AR platform is something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by Armalite, and it's just a modular platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle in its normal state, and that's what we have here today.
And what would be the more common caliber that you might find on the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common.
Stupid question. Has there
that
ever
we see
been
in the laboratory
any
and
circumstance where a shotgun shell has gone off when it's not being hit by the primer?
Chambered in .223 Remington caliber, 5.56
I guess if
NATO.
you
that is a very
you can throw them in the
common caliber
fire.
for an AR,
Like if you threw them in a fire, it would.
type firearm.
Okay, but they're not going to spontaneously go
And,
off. Because I'm sitting there
what were
thinking,
some of the items
he's sitting there with
that you
it like
examined
pointing
in the
towards
case
him.
as
Like
far as
that'd be a
rifle
really bad thing to happen in court.
In this
Yeah.
case, I received one rifle, and it was.
Can you please
chambered in
demonstrate
300
what Paul
blackout
looked
caliber.
like?
Or explain to us what the 300 blackout round is and maybe how it's similar and different from a 5.56 round NATO.
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington.
If you look right over
5.56
here.
caliber. The 300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges
Oh, is that right, Val? So
very
it just
similar,
explode in
with
his
the
hand.
exception of
Lovely.
a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And 300 blackout being a relatively, at least
All right,
compared
enough
to
of that.
5.56 NATO round, were some of the components
Remind
interchangeable?
me when we're
on
off
the
stream
AR
to,
platform?
to play my new set of
It's my
sounds for
understanding
when the
that
FBI come
when
knocking.
that 300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with a 300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the 223 5.56 round in a 300 blackout rifle.
Yes, sir. I would say it's possible.
And did you bring any 223 and 5.56 and 300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir. I have two.
All right. If you please identify the two and tell us what we're looking at and what the similarities and differences would be.
Sure. To start off, this is an example of a two.
Why? Why are you doing that? Stop it.
The buffering or showing the bullets?
223 Remington. This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now. Side by side, this is the 300 blackout. I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. They're about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. And I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge. What
anatomy.
we would refer to as this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us in being accurate.
This guy's so rehearsed, you know that he threw up in the court bathroom before he took the stand.
Cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, this copper-colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards the target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there, and that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired. When it's fired, we will have a cartridge case, which is just the brass-colored portion here, and that is the cylindrical component there that holds it all together. It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer, for your permission to approach. Just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to put it on the.
Sorry, Kaiser. Luck of the draw, man. Luck of the draw.
Pay attention. You have a little video screen there. Let's see if this will work.
Dick Poon also said it's junk science. He's already made that argument. He already made that argument. He said, so you're saying that
Yes, sir, I can see that.
he's a snowflake. It's the only weapon on the face of the earth that would make these marks, and he couldn't say that.
All right. Can
Sorry
you see
to
them
talk
clearly?
over the only joke
yes,
that's
sir,
been
I
made
can.
the entire day.
What's the big black thing on the screen?
Big black thing on the
Appears to be a
screen.
ball.
In your expertise, that's a thing.
Wow.
Two rounds we see there. The top round, can you identify which one that is?
Even they're
The
joking
one
about
that
the
is
fact that it
up
just sounds
against the
gay.
foam there would be the 300 blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the round below that would be the 223/556 round.
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, both of those projectiles were copper in color. If you can distinguish that on the screen.
Cool.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask, did as compared to each other, does the 300 blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
If he doesn't know whether
It's
he mentioned
possible,
it, that means
the
he's not
bullets
paying
come in
attention to the
different grain
answers to
weights,
his
so
own
that
questions.
is a much larger bullet, so I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure. Grain is a term that we use in firearms, and it's just a unit of measurement. So when we measure our projectiles, we are going to measure those in grains. And just as a common way to relate to that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you. So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them in.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain a couple of the types
Look
that
at
you
the
might
picture of
commonly
Mark
find,
Zuckerberg
and
in this
then
guy.
just some of the calibers so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. Some of the more common gauges in shot shell.
I'm guessing
and
this guy
gauge
doesn't
just
have a
referring
Chinese
to the
wife,
size and how we are able to
Chinese
determine
boyfriend.
what that firearm's chambered
Could
in.
be.
So a 12 gauge is something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun.
Yes,
that
but
I
what
would
ethnicity
expect
is
to
his beard
encounter.
going to be?
You may also have heard of or be familiar with a 20 gauge. That's another one that may be common, or 410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose.
Guy back
within,
here is like,
within
when are you
our
going
own
to talk about
respect.
muzzle loaders?
But those can have multiple projectiles, hundreds
We
of
used them
projectiles.
back
It can
at
have
the
just one
Battle of Gettysburg.
large projectile, which we refer to as a slug. So there's lots of options, if you will, within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for something, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where
I can tell.
I could imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on,
Clearly.
and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And it's part of that process.
That's not
is
Andrew
in
on the
designing
witness
those
stand.
studies
Just
and
kidding.
doing this research
Andrew's down
within firearm and tool mark. They're going to
sorry, Andrew, couldn't resist.
draft an experiment,
It's okay.
conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review.
Andrew's
There
been
will
here
be
for about
review of
15
the
minutes, and
article
we
of the
need to be over to
experiment,
his
where other
place in
scientists
9
within
minutes.
our
So this
field
guy
or
just
other
needs to
scientists
shut the fuck
or
up.
researchers can examine
Mhm.
that and see what was going
It's a
on during
pattern.
that process and say whether they agree with it, and share their comments. And that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTI member, I have access to our AFTI journal, where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at, and help bolster or their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did
That's
you
right, people. He's examined
receive
thousands of men's weapons.
A volume of items concerning this case for review?
Yes, sir. I did receive several items to examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity, we're going to go through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you prepare a report after conducting these examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare it.
All right, I'm going to ask us if we would go through a number of items very shortly. Do you have a copy of your report, and is it needed in order to refresh your memory and be able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to.
But she did, Stephanie.
Okay, very good. And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to, well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself, at least very briefly, with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what, specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene layout?
I reviewed a crime scene layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene the evening where the two bodies were.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5. Slide item 2 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5? Did you conduct a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at SLED items 2 through 5.
And while I find those items, if you would, please explain how you receive items in general.
Even the
How
guy
you
that
receive
allegedly
items in the
murdered
lab,
two people and
what
is
the
in a fight
condition
for his
is
life is yawning.
Before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, those can come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore because she would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat-sealed pouches. So I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me. So that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
And just so we're clear, thank you, Mr. Greer. Just so we're clear, when I refer to items, sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that refer to the items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory. And it also receives new item numbers. And that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory. And our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
Pretends to study items. Of course, he probably is. He's thorough.
When we receive these items, I do mark the packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat-sealed pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your States Exhibit 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you have an opportunity to examine these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, please tell us what your findings were for these items.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
I'm renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, if it's for the record.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Brandon has a question for you, Andrew.
You may continue.
What?
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Okay.
Mr. Greer, an item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as States Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the collection of items that you reviewed in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. During your blackout round, were you able to see the head stamp on it? And I can give you back one of the items if you would. Were you able to identify the head stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Bellow, and you may hear that referred to as S&B.
300?
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
All right. Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 33 and 34. Jim, do you want to see this? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items?
I don't think
And
there's
let
going to
me
be
know
any
if you
cross-examination unless he gets into the identification of the weapon it came from thing here.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
SLED item 9, which is State's Exhibit 34,
True. Sorry, Paul.
is a fired federal premium double aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And SLED item 10, which is State's Exhibit 33, is one fired Winchester dry lock number 2 12-gauge shot shell.
And after your review of the scene, where were your items 2 through 7 located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that
was actually
diagram, it's
good.
my understanding
That was funny.
Those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout.
Damn it, I was paying bills. What did I miss?
cases, were located
That's what I'm saying.
around
He should-
or
He should be on
near,
QVC, one of
the
our home
body of
shopping
Margaret
channels
Murdaugh.
in America. It's actually really funny if you've
All right,
ever seen
referring Now,
QVC.
your items 9 and 10 states
I'm assuming it's similar to
33 and
TVS then.
34. Where were those after your review of the crime scene?
What do you want to do for the time, Andrew? Do you want to just like switch over to you now?
Those appear to be in or around the storage room area near
It
the
appears to be
kennels.
in and around, huh? Yeah. I'll get my stuff ready, and I'll grab the soju.
All right. Text me when you're ready or something. Yeah.
You guys have the link in the front chat.
All right.
I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, right now, we're identifying a number of items. Is it, would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes, sir. we can.
All right, referring to item State's Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, at some point we're going to switch over to Andrew Legal Mindsets channel here. But before then, Hayden, what do you want to say? What do you want to say for yourself? Grift away.
Guys, if you've never seen my work before, I go by Aussie Overlord, Law News and Laughter. I run it at 4:15 p.m. usually most days. Trial streams are currently running right through that, so I'm not doing my usual streams. But yeah, come and have some fun, especially on Sundays when we do Kitchen Corner. During the week, I look at all sorts of
Let me know if you're familiar with
related
it.
news and take the piss out of pretty much everybody. So it's all in good fun.
There you go. This is his boomstick.
Ladies and
Why
gentlemen,
have
this
they
firearm
even
is
brought that
unloaded.
in?
It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here.
Which is
I'm
always
gonna
good to
look
hear from a witness,
For some
unlike
of those
other places
identifying
we've
marks
seen.
that I placed on this shotgun.
Well, like that video where they brought the murder weapon and gave it to the guy
Yes,
and
sir, I
didn't check
do
whether it had
recognize
been
this
loaded or
shotgun.
not.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you.
And mind you, it has nothing to do with the murder.
Was there anything that accompanied State's Exhibit number?
Is there an upper floor on the courthouse?
Yes, sir. Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and one unfired Winchester Super X Game Load 16-gauge shot shell.
One dead, unjugged rabbit fish. Later.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge. This shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12 gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap this up here because these weapons literally have nothing to do with the murder. It's the same crap we did before with weapons that have nothing to do with the murder. Andrew started his stream. Ozzy's given his grift. My last grift is come back 6 hours and 40 minutes from now for my Fuck It Friday grifty drunken booze-a-thon. Bring your shekels, bring your dollars, bring your whatever fake money they use in Canada, bring your kronas, bring everything. And throw them at me. Throw your money at my feet as we drink the $100 super chats. Get 18-year extremely rare Glenmorangie. Other ones get the lesser Shackleton whiskey. Come back. We have a huge lineup of guests. There's some great people that are going to be popping in. And for those of you that were here earlier, it is Ozzy Overlord. Danny On can't make it. She's sick. Meme Copium, Runkle of the Bailey, Stephen N. Gosney, Drex, Potentially Criminal, Andrea Burkhart. Who else we got? Flux, Ari Jacob, Radix Verum, Steph the Alter Nerd, and Jessica Overlord. Jessica Overlord.
Jessica Reloaded.
Jessica Overlord is going to be there too. Jessica Reloaded will be there. So that's coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be great. Now, what's going to happen right now, I'm going to shut this down. We're all going to be transferred automatically over to Andrew Legal Mindset. If not, there's going to be a little box up at the top that says click to go over there. If that doesn't work, just go and go to Legal Mindset's page and follow the live link. Last super chat. Next stream needs more dogs. Thanks for the stream. The super drunky, boozy griftathon Fuck It Friday will have 200% more dogs. I can guarantee that. Yes, I know he was drinking Shackleton whiskey already today. You think we didn't plan this? All right. Everyone, go over there. We'll see. And I will hope to see you back on my stream with Ozzy Overlord eventually at some point. 6 hours and 38 minutes from now. Until then, take care. See you on the flip side over on Andrew's side. Peace. Lorax out. And stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. Bye.